Hi, guys, and good morning, or at least in my case, good evening. It's almost midnight here where I am, but just heads up, I'm Regina Angley, and I'm joining Connor Hayward today for a Digimon tournament. That'll be super fun. Depending on what decks we probably might see, we're going to see how many cups of coffee I can get through in the next 7 or so hours. I am finishing number 1 right now.
So if it's security control all day, we're going to get through a lot of coffee. But
Yes.
having a quick look at what's been popular in other events and having a quick little sneak peek at what's going to be popular today, I don't think we'll get through as much. We'll have more breaks as a result, because I think these games might not last very long. But that makes more time to make coffee as opposed to drink it, I guess.
Yeah, hey, that's fine. I like the smell of coffee in the morning. It's totally okay. It'll wake me up just as much. And I'm also okay with that because so far, every single time that I have played in a tournament, it has always gone to round time because yellow is the bane of my existence. Like, I just, when I know there's a yellow deck somewhere, I'm like, oh, okay, I have 55 minutes to do something.
Well, you know when it's like, cool, I'll do a security check. They're like, that's nice. What if I put it back? And you're like, no.
Please
I got
don't.
rid of that, please.
I don't like that.
But Lucamon, and I'm like, no, stop that. And then you do it again, and they're like, okay, that's fine. MegaZoo, put 2 back, and I'm like, you're just like,
no.
Why, guys?
See,
no.
I feel like you're not allowed to be upset about that because we had that exact practice match where it was like, oh, you got rid of my security. Here's MegaZoo. I just sat there and I went,
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, no. See, I complain about it, but then I am also the bad guy. So, hi.
I mean, like having variety in your decks is like good, right? Because then you at least know what to expect.
Yeah. Well, the big thing with these is I think the yellow is in that position because it can both manipulate its own security and can also just get rid of all of yours really quickly, right? The combination of ShineGreymon that everyone will know now, the 6,000 DP minus on the restand is one thing, clears a blocker. That's actually huge. But also the fact that you can restand and swing twice in one turn with a single ShineGreymon with the Angelwoman underneath it to get the inheritable twice, because that's not a once per turn inheritable, means that you get to play 2 extra rookies out. And if they were 2 Bushi-Agumon, say, that's 4 security checks with 1 ShineGreymon.
It just amazes me how strong yellow is because it feels so imbalanced in so many ways when you look at all the options that it has, where it's like, okay, I can do all of this in the same turn depending on how you build your deck. And I think the joke was if whenever I play against yellow, I just sit there and I'm like, oh, is it my turn? Can I play Digimon yet? Like, is this what's gonna happen? And there's just so much math involved when you're playing yellow too that I just am like, I that's like the detriment to me is like the yellow seems like fun because you get to take up most of the time, but the math part for me is just, okay, I have to keep track of like the numbers for everybody across the board.
Well, it comes down to that too with things like the eggs, right? Other decks, your eggs kind of don't matter, but your split of eggs in ShineGreymon can change depending on if you're expecting to see more mirrors, because there's a reason to play more of the minus DP on attack eggs, because in the mirror specifically, it helps you clear their board. Because the minus 1,000 then means that like there's a lot of things on a 7,000 breakpoint, which is kind of cool, but makes it kind of difficult to deal with. In other matchups, that's less useful, so you might want to keep going with your Upamon for more draw. And it's not an easy deck to build, though I do think it's done better now because I think people are starting to settle on maybe not the same build. It's not like there's one best version of yellow yet, but we're kind of all agreed on certain splits and what needs to be in the deck as a core and then other tech choices, which is not the same for your favorite deck, green.
No. I run a really weird green deck too, because every time I show the list to people, they're like, why are you doing this? And I go, because my personal take on Digisorption for this particular meta is I don't like it because I feel like because I play so much yellow, or like against so much yellow, the minute I set up my green board for Digisorption, I just get wiped out by all that minus DP. And then, like you had talked about the eggs, right? They just get back so much stuff, and I'm like, okay, so I'm just helping you play your version of the game. So like my green deck is very aggressive, and instead of going for the OTK because promo Palmons are very difficult to find, I went for a how about we use Mecha Kabuterimon and Hercules Kabuterimon from the starter deck and just make people cry with the piercing in the trash. It's very fun because when they trash the Chaos Mon in their security and I look at it, I'm like, oh, thank God that wasn't the security check.
Well, it's actually that version of the deck is probably much stronger into certain matchups. Like security control, the fact that you can get to trash one of their security and not just activate it is huge. They're playing big things in there anyway. But the fact that you might be able to go, oh, that's a Gaia Force that was on the first check. Well, that's just in the bin now. Whew, okay. So that can be pretty nice, and it also means that you also get to kind of remove their board so that they don't ever get to play a thing, keep it around for a turn, because that's also not ideal for you against that deck. And on the flip side, you then have OTK, which is very fragile. I maintain, and I'll keep saying this is a hill I will die on, where we play a blocker against it. Watch what happens, right? Like, they set up their stack in raising, and then you just jam yourself down a blocker, and then you go, well, I can't hit into the blocker because I can't Digiburst and then swing because that blocker will just go, nope. And then I lose. And that's not ideal. There are ways around it, obviously, in green, but it's not an easy deck to build. Whereas, yellow's putting you in one direction, green has Digiburst options for control, it has the Needhog, it has
so
OTK.
much. There's just a ridiculous amount in there. I think that's the hardest part about building green for me specifically, was choosing what Digiburst and which the card split for me was the hardest part, because I adore Lilamont in that, and it's so nice having the ability, if I have two stacks up on the field and maybe I have the Grand Kuwagamon set up, it's just Lilamont is oh, there's a blocker, let me just burst this. Or if you have that inherit underneath and you can just swing in and have the Mimi in play, and it's so nice.
Yeah, and it's a lot of back and forth, and I think it'll be a really there will be a green list that works. I just don't know if anyone's found it yet. Other colors in this format have been less common. Purple's up there, playing the Metal Garurumon. I saw some people playing with the Dan Devimon. I don't think that's a great decision. But in general, we have, the Metal Garurumon decks are pretty strong. And they are kind of combo-y, less reliant on having to play the overcosted removal like Trump Sword, because they can just cheat it out with Metal Garurumon.
Right.
That seems okay. I don't know if it's amazing. Red, it's just Red Omni, right? That's basically the only deck you can play for red at the minute. You can play Ancient Greymon if you don't like winning.
Yeah, if you like showing off really nice art and being oh yeah, here's the hybrid cards that they introduced in this set, and we'll actually try to use them.
And then I guess black is a color in this game.
I feel so bad. Every time I look at the black color list, I'm you don't get anything until maybe this next one. I think battle so BT5 it gets a really nice boost, right?
Yeah.
And then my other personal favorite is obviously the only color we haven't talked about, which is blue, because I started with Rookie Rush for my first deck, and it was really fun and I loved it. And then I went into green, but blue for my local scene, Imperial Dramon has just picked up, and it's just, I sit there and go, I thought jamming VMon was annoying in Rookie Rush. It's so much worse once it gets into Imperial Dramon, and it's just I'm gonna restand, I'm gonna swing, and I go, oh
yeah,
this is I thought Rookie Rush was bad sometimes. No, this is so much worse to play against.
Yeah, the thing is that the Imperial Dramon itself having jamming doesn't matter, right? Because it's 13k right now. It's probably swinging over everything, because outside of a few things in green and the Boulder Arms or the Chaosmon line, there's not that much big stuff in security, so the jamming isn't as relevant. But still annoying when they just go, "Oh, cool, I'll swing with this thing 3 times this turn." You're like, "Yep."
You're oh yeah, okay, I guess. And then that's when I'm please hit a flower cannon so you can't do that. And it's just, I don't know. I think it's just so interesting seeing So this being like my first TCG and coming from like a video game like background, right? I always love seeing how meta changes and how people react to things that are really popular. And so it's been fascinating seeing like yellow and green be super popular, and then all of a sudden just blue comes in again and is like, oh, so actually I forgot we had this card from older sets that like we can still use that are really good. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you're right. We can digivolve this Vmon and make it like the better form of itself, and it'll be even better and more annoying. And it's like, oh, yeah, you can. And it has such good option cards too. Like Aqua Viper for this set, it is absolutely one of my favorite option cards. Like just the ability to just bounce things back and be like, oh yeah, so you had this and you were gonna build stuff up to try to block me. We're just gonna return all of that. And it's amazing.
Well, it's interesting in general because this is how this game has felt and how I feel this format is developed, in that because we've had so many new cards so quickly, it feels like, right? Because BT 1.5 was delayed a bit, and as a result, the gap between 1.5 and 4 was quite tight. So it didn't feel like that was a huge window. And then BT4 into BT5 is not a particularly big gap either. So I think a lot of people just went, here's the new hotness, here's the new shiny toys to play with, and kind of forgot about a lot of the old cards that are still really good in 1.5. Like ShineGreymon took down an event in the first event of BT4. Still really good. Impildramon is still really strong. There's decks from 1.5 that I still think have a shot and like have a space in this format. But WarGreymon and Red Yellow Security Control are the kind of main people to look out for today, I think.
I think this is like what one of WarGreymon's like last chances to shine, because I think a lot of us are looking at the new cards in BT5 and it's just like, you're like WarGreymon but better because you do a lot more stuff. And like you were talking earlier about playing a bunch of rookies, and then all of a sudden you have Crusadermon, or I guess right now it's like Lord Knightmon, and it's just like, wow, you can do so much in one turn, and also you get so much DP in the same turn for all the Digimon you have. Right?
Yep. Yeah, you just go swing,
insane.
play two things,
and there you go.
Or swing, play Nightmon. Nightmon pops a thing. Digivolve that into a second Crusadermon if you have the memory.
No.
This is a lot.
I'm getting stressed out just thinking about it.
Okay, so to prevent you from getting too stressed out, and I think because we were waiting on round one's pairings, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back when we have our game for round one, so don't go anywhere. There would be break music. I don't know why it's not working. So just imagine some really lively dance music when we go to break, and we'll see you soon.
It wouldn't be a tournament without some sort of technology issues. So we are seeing this game in a couple turns in. We have a teamer already down on yellow's side, and I'm trying to figure out what Digimon it was that they raised up. But it is currently on the left. I think is so the yellow player right now is Link, I want to say, and then Zero is one playing red.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
so
cool.
so what we have here, it looks like a ShineGreymon, right? The Kyrie isn't played in non.
In any like Wargreymon deck that I've ever seen.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that it couldn't be the case here, but I don't think it is. And we are underway with not standard match. We tried to find something a bit different round one, right? Because otherwise it would just be Wargreymon mirrors all day. But we have a ShineGreymon up against the OG Red Omni.
Ooh, so fun fact, I have actually never played a red Omni deck against a red Omni deck because I came in near the tail end of 1.5.
That's not true. We literally played this match.
Wait,
we played this the other day. We played this the other day.
Okay, but like in like a tournament that I've paid money for.
Okay, fine.
Not a hey, do you want to not in a hey, do you want to practice? So I was like, wait, did we play Red Omni again? Oh, yeah, right, we did.
We did. We definitely played Red Omni.
Okay, there's a lot of decks that we play against each other. I play green consistently just because I don't have enough cards for everything else. But I do. Yeah, I actually is that Blitz Greymon actually?
It is. So we just saw a Blitz Greymon come down, which is actually a really nice card here. Digivolve 2 on that Gatomon, back down to the rookie. Really slowing down. Yellow can have this issue early in the game, right? Where if it doesn't get to play cards and like Digivolve, because it doesn't get to Digivolve as cheap as red. This is one way red can kind of keep some early advantage and some early pressure up.
And I'm just thinking, like, why aren't I playing red? Because red feels like a very like aggressive and aggro sort of color, and that's my favorite type of thing to do. We actually just see a hard play here.
You are quite aggro, yes.
Yes. So we're gonna see just going straight to a 4, which honestly, giving up 4 memory for anything is so stressful. Like 1 against yellow, but now that like saying like red is a cheap evolution line, giving up 4 for that after you already have like a blitz on there, and now you're able to get that rookie and draw. Now you have like, oh, there's a lot more you can do, and we're gonna see the 1 cost evolution into Fugabon, getting another draw, and that's a lot of stuff to play with.
Yeah, I mean, red doesn't make great use of it, to be honest, though, because red's so cheap to digivolve things, and like the way Red Omni kind of plays right now is very reactive, where you're gonna quite casually like make a stack and then kind of chill on it and wait till your opponent plays something and then react to it, right? You're gonna make your opponent go into one of their big things, bring it out of raising, and then blow it up. And that's actually kind of hard to do when your opponent's not doing anything. So we just see the Blitz Greymon swing, get some security checks in, going down to 3 security for Shine. But we all know that's where yellow kind of wants to be. So...
All right, yeah, and there's the Omnimon, the nice Omnimon art, actually. So we're going to get a deletion on one of the Digimon on the field. Yeah, and I mean, if yellow could at least start to try to be able to get that potential Shine up, at least you don't have to worry about your stack for a ShineGreymon or anything else getting deleted right now because that Omnimon's already on there. You just gotta worry about, the rest of your security. Like you said, yellow loves 3 security, and it's so frustrating trying to figure out how to manage that because there's so many things it can do once it hits that point.
Well, here's Kyrie's turned on, right? So they're always getting a couple of memory. Actually, having a look at this isn't actually yellow Shine. It took me a few minutes to find it. This is some other yellow deck.
That's not Shine and that's not War Gray. Oh.
I'm trying to work out what it is. And I'm not.
We haven't gotten
sure.
past like 4 or 5. So
yeah,
that's a Terramon for 1.
I don't have the access to the full link, like full list. So, Terramon for 1. This is scary if you're the yellow player. Okay, the Angie woman comes down.
That's the one that no security check, right? Or
minus which is actually check? Huge here because otherwise it is game on board. No, it's
What's the recovery one?
which, as long as we don't have extra security attacks, I'm just checking. I don't think we. I think we might still have extra security attacks. I can't tell from the thing. There's a Greymon in that stack. I think it is, which means it's still game on board because Omni two checks restand Omni, and we see the Mastemon come down, which gets rid of that recovery.
Oh, okay.
And
at least now we figured out what deck it was. It's Mastemon, which I guess we probably could have seen because the first trash that had happened was a purple card, which I had seen and I was like, oh, purple and a yellow deck. That's super interesting.
Well, it's one of those color combinations that's slightly more common, right? Because of the fact that they have like Mastemon and like they have their cards that say this card is also yellow, this card is also purple, sort of thing. But we'll see if these checks go through. This will be game. I'm just updating the deck on the screen because it was wrong. I only have like half of this deck list.
I doubt there's like much that that
outside of playing like a trump sword, but then okay, we're down to Chimera gets it. So out of security, but there is just a Mastemon chilling. Why did that 3K stick?
I think that that was.
I think that was just a scoop, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I think because Omnimon had what you said 3 checks at restands, and then so we got the last security, and then the Fugumon was able to get the direct. Because, there was no blocker on there, which I think outside of what Pidmon and Unimon, those are the only 2 blockers that you have. So I'm not sure if that list has it. I find it difficult to believe that any yellow deck is not running a Pidmon or Pidomon because that 1 cost into a blocker is just really nice and really frustrating if you're building up like that because you have to worry about it. So that I think getting that Blitzcrank really early on was just so nice for Zero, just to be able to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna stop everything, and then also thanks for all the memory so I can draw and dig for Omni.
Yeah, makes a big difference to be able to just kind of play out your cards in red. It's one of the reasons why it's very susceptible still to memory choking, because even if they have cheap evolutions, right, if they have to keep passing turn back just to go into like their level 5, well, they're not doing anything, right? So kind of difficult to justify doing it.
Now, see, the fun thing about these sets of games for me is like, if I were to play against this deck, what would I do? And I'm like, I think I'd cry if I see an Omni like that, which happened last week, not even 3 days ago, where it was like, oh yeah, I have my stack, and then the Omni turned 2, and I went, oh, I don't have my stack anymore. This is unfortunate. And it's just really hard to recover from that because when you spend so much time, like when you spend so much turns in memory investing into like being able to like get off big attacks, especially in this meta where it feels like instead of flooding a board, you just get one thing and raising and you bring it up and that's your entire game. It's just so demoralizing seeing that, like, and it's also demoralizing seeing no rookies in your hand and just having to hard play a card, which
well,
been there, done that.
If you're gonna do it, that's the one you'd hard play, right? It's why you play the 3 cost level 4. And I've now managed to get the whole list up for Purple Mastermon as well, so I can actually see what they're playing. As we see Upa and
I was like, that makes one of us. Just look. Okay. I'm just gonna put it out there. Cost 3 level 4s, I was super against for a while, and then I started breaking really hard, and I went, Roachmon is my new best friend in this deck. Just, that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah, it depends if you're digibursting, right? Like, it's actually something that I've seen people misplay, of they'll digiburst, or they'll try and go into something that they need to digiburst more than 2 sources for, having started on a level 4, and you can't do that for most of the 6s. So, it's something you have to remember, but is nice when it works out. And we're going to go, I think we're going to even see potentially a 5 or, no, I like this as well. Just go into a 4 and a rookie on board. Okay, top decks.
There's the rookie.
The rookie.
Oh. which is also really nice when you just draw the card and you're like, oh, okay, cool, I can finally do things in this, and you get the evolution into I was gonna say Metal Greymon, but sometimes okay.
It's
glare
the
on this
promo. It's the ultimate art Metal Greymon as well, which is super cool. This is one of the more expensive cards from BT1 still. Up there with.
It is a pretty card.
I mean, yeah, it's going to look a lot like the cards we're going to see coming up from the Classic Collection. Very much the same style, which is super cool. I actually really love those. I actually vaguely remember having a few packs of the cards for Digimon back in the day. As we go into, I think that was
found some of mine.
Was that
Seraphimon?
Seraphimon, yeah.
The foil looks like a Seraphimon, and it's is he's reading the card? No. Go back again.
I think it was a 5. There must be that'd be a Magna Angemon, right?
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what just happened because. Okay, I almost just want to go in and ask them what happened. Oh, I think there was so either something happened with the drawing of it.
I think so. Well, let the players decide how they want to resolve this. This is entirely up to them.
Yeah, that's like I think that's kind of like the rough thing about playing webcams. At least sometimes is like it's so the atmosphere is so much more different than like in person, which I used to not understand that, and then I played my first local in person, and then I tried playing online again, and went, oh, this is really different. I don't
not being able to see your opponent's cards properly. Like I know you can ask, but I play a lot of TCGs. The amount of times I will look at my opponent's board and double check everything that I can see because it's very easy to overlook one thing, right? And even if you're asking stuff, you might ask and you'll get the answer, sure. Forget. But yeah, or you might be asking and then you might not see something else that you're supposed to, like, you should have asked about something else too. As we see Deletion come down. This is I think 1 copy. 2 copies of Strike of the 7 Stars that they're playing in this deck. So some removal options. This is kind of how yellow, purple can play, right? With the Chimera-mon, with a few of the like Eden's Javelin, Strike of the 7 Stars, a little bit more control orientated. Does give over a lot of memory, but we did see that last turn was Rookie Go
and nothing else. Yeah. Oh.
But that's kind of insane. That's actually really strong because this now is hard play 5 plus Tamer. That's pretty cool. That's
really nice because at least you don't have to worry about like, oh, okay. I find the memory game so interesting for this, right? Like you trying to figure out like the best cost and what like the best benefit is, because a lot of the times I think when you're deleting something for that much memory, it's like, okay, what can your opponent do with it? And in this case, I think it really benefits the over to be like, that's a lot. So thank God I can just do this and get a lot out of it, even if I can't digivolve this Agumon. Which is really nice because it doesn't always happen that way. Sometimes you get given like 8 memory and you're like, I can't do anything and just have to pass back the turn.
No, that's not an issue Red often struggles with, and especially because if we think about the hand they had and represented in the first couple of turns, like just playing a 4 and then, just kind of dropping some 5s and stuff, makes it's kind of reads like they know that they don't have a great number of options and expensive cards. But we see the WarGreymon come down. No security effects of cards. I believe is this copy. I can't remember.
The one that gets the extra security check for like the ones with the same name in the stack, right?
Yes. Okay.
I think that's what the card looks like.
The TK goes off.
I want to know because
they're just choosing to add the top one to their hand.
Wait. Yeah, I was to say
TK resolves fully first.
Right, so he has to look at. Okay, this is very interesting because.
Yeah, because TK instantly plays. There's no, they're like
right. I wonder if he's during the course of that check. Because I think Markets also has an effect for that, right? I think Markets allows an extra security check on there.
Oh, yeah,
So,
sure. No, but it's still TK got resolves
it's
first,
worth
right? So TK
Yes.
here will proc. Link gets to check his security stack, add something to his hand, recover one. Then the second check happens.
Okay, so that Marcus apparently is you can suspend to gain 1 memory back, is what it does.
Yeah, so I think they've already done that. They've gone to 2 memory.
Okay.
But I think they might. I assume they're calling a judge to double check this call.
Yeah. Because I say there's no security check right now, and I I did see this sort of like conversation take place in a couple discords where discussing what happens, the interaction between like tamers and security, and then Digimon cards that you have on there. I think in particular it was about Devimon, which is going to be really important for like this next set, right? And it's like because your tamer comes from your security stack, and its security check is you play this card and it's an on-play effect. You have to resolve it first before anything else continues on. Which, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it gets so confusing sometimes.
Yeah, so the process
resolution.
and steps for an attack is you declare the attack. By default, you and your target, right? So at the opponent or at a suspended Digimon. Your opponent then decides if they would like to block. Then you do like the checks if they're required. Resolve each effect of each check individually, but fully, right? So exactly as we see here. Because this is why things like Gaia Force, right? So, like, if this has been, say, a Gaia Force, right? It checks before the second security check happens, right? The difference, which means that you never get the second another TK.
Oh.
Which means that you'd get a secondary. You don't get the second security check if you get Gaia Force on the first one. So it's the same thing. It's just TK doesn't destroy anything. It lets you just choose something from security. But double TK is hilarious. We've got like schools out kids.
It is summertime over here, so that tracks. TK is so I've tested yellow a couple times, right? And we've had this discussion where the hardest part about TK is choosing what card from your security to pick up, and I find that so stressful in a lot of ways. Where it's like I'm trying to figure out the best method and like how do you get the most out of that. That peek into security, because if you know you can't stop your opponent from attacking it, right? Do you just leave your lower level in there and then go for it, or it just
it's actually something that becomes very difficult to manage, yeah, because there's also little things like it means that if you know you have big things in security, you might just let your opponent swing in, right, knowing full well that they're just not going to survive the check. And it's also worth noting what's in there because you want to play a later TK and things like that. Especially if you're playing Greymon, knowing your security is super useful because when you're then adding the top card, you have a rough idea of what it could be. So it will be one of those things that kind of makes you learn and like practice and like good memory things, which TCGs do reward. So the TKs go and set into 3. Down to 3 security checks. So this is one of those turns where reading the board is important. For yellow, you have to deal with the board somehow because currently you do not survive until the next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, you can. Salam can swing in and get deleted.
To the Greymon, yeah. Which I feel like you might have to do.
I'd swing at security here. I'd just take the chance at security. Like you're probably going to die into security anyway. At least there you get some value.
Yeah, at least you essentially trade 1 security to get that recovery back, which you're gonna need. But I think what the interesting thing about some of these games too is when you look at you having like that perspective of okay, this is all the stuff that like I can see, and then the difference between us, right, is like you're a seasoned TCG player, and then for me, who like is basically like a child in comparison to a lot of people who've been playing TCGs for a really long time, having like that overview and insight into this is how I like completely see the board, and like you're thinking like 3 or 4 turns ahead, and then for me it's just like what do I do this turn, and sometimes I don't see it, right, like sometimes I don't see I should have done this because I don't have turn, like I don't see it. Did he just play Chimera?
Yeah, so he's playing Chimera. He's going to, I assume, delete the Salamon here, pop the Ago. This is the other play I was thinking about, because this way you still get the recovery. You go to 4.
And you still delete something on their side.
Yeah, and you delete the Agumon, which means that they only have 3 checks coming back the other way. So you're kind of okay. This is one issue I have with yellow players. Controversial.
Just one.
But one of the issues I actually sometimes have with yellow players is the hesitance to swing. Like, you are playing a deck that is more controlly, sure, but that doesn't mean that you can't put your opponent on a timer, right? Like, all we've done here is basically gone, have another go. Whereas we could have swung in that Salamon. If it, like, we swing that Salamon into security, if it survives, we then Chimera it. Right? Because we then get the check out of it. And if we don't, then we still got the recovery out. We then still have more memory to play with, is a viable option.
So wait, no, that's really smart.
So we have the Cordramon come down, preventing any kind of pressure on the backswing, and we'll see the Wargreymon swing security again, suspending and gaining the 1 memory, going back up to 3. So 3 is a key amount of memory for red. You can do a lot more off 3 than you can off 2. As we see another different TK. The toddler army.
With the amount with the amount of tamers that we've seen so far, because we know that there's at least a Kari in here too, because we saw the Kari in like game 1. It feels like they're playing Shine. It feels like this was like a Shine deck, and they're just like, oh, let's change it instead.
Right, like to everyone who in the YouTube chat was saying like, this is clearly a Mastemon. Excuse me, what are all these tamers doing?
With 3 tamers.
This is clearly Shine with Mastemon instead of Shine.
Because Mastemon is prettier to look at than Shine. That's it. That's all I've got on that topic.
And then Omnimon comes down, deletes the tool stack. Less of an issue here because both of these are still 5s, right? Like, deleting the tool stack is normally the correct thing because there's more memory investment in that stack. But here, the fact that we're leaving 2 different 5s on board and putting them to 3 doesn't really matter which stack we got rid of. There's almost an argument to maybe get rid of like this the Magnet Angemon, because that's the one with the inheritable. And that can end up mattering, as we'll probably see a Mastemon. Or Mastemon is something that's playable this turn, as we see the Salamon come out again.
Yeah, and I actually want to touch on the point that you said about yellow being really afraid to swing, because I feel like the way that that's resolved is when you have something like Wargreymon, where you get rewarded for swinging because you get a chance to take care of other Digimon on your opponent's field. But for the most part, it really does feel that with yellow, you're building up Digimon that are meant to be deleted, and so you play a very slow defensive game. Because like you said, red was reactive, but it feels like sometimes yellow is in the same way, where you're just waiting to be whittled down to 3 security, which is the sort of magic number for yellow. And if your opponent won't do it, you have your own ways of doing it. But then it's just you're playing a game against yourself. So that is the Mastemon that you just mentioned. And
there was another TK.
There's another tamer. Yeah. So okay, that is 4
Someone
tamers.
get this man some ShineGreymon.
Someone tell him that he has to get a different level 6. Have you been introduced to ShineGreymon, who would love all these tamers?
Okay, so now we're going to start seeing the aggressive swings. Blitz checked. The Magnet Angemon goes. That's fine, because here we have to start thinking about the clock, right? If you're playing things like Bushi Agumon in this deck, then you're also fine because it's extra pressure too. Because realistically, we want this to get deleted. By the way, it does, so we get the recovery too.
Perfect.
And we have to decide how we want to pass turn. This would be a turn where, if we had the memory for it, I think with 1 short, I'd just jam a Magnetron. I'd be like, no, go ahead, go to 10, but we can't quite, and just get out of range because that Omnimon is going to do some checks, and that scares me. As we see a Kyrie come down.
Okay. I just want everyone to know that was 5 tamers in this deck right at this point that we've seen. So I don't know if you'll die. Yeah, that's a lot of tamers. Every time I see more than 2 or 3, I'm like, oh, okay, this is what you're playing. No, I guess not. But that is the most TKs I've seen in a really long time. And
outside of being in a Shine deck, yeah. So for red, is there a way to push for game this turn? Not likely.
How many checks does Omni have? Omni has.
So it'll have the 2 checks, right? Because it still has the level 6 under it to return. Oh no, or is that an Alter S? That's an Alter S, right? So actually, it doesn't. It only has the 1 check. So we can't get game this turn, but we can try and deal with some of their board, I think. Which means that last time when I said that they dealt with the tool stack, it wasn't so much dealing with the tool stack; it was dealing with the only thing Alter S dealt with. We can maybe look at doing some. Like, we got to get some checks in here, but we probably want to leave this Cauldron up. He's unblockable. There's no blocker in play. I am confused. Maybe he just wants the Blitzgreymon back in the 6 back in hand. That kind of makes sense.
This is so interesting. Just because, like I said, I think the only time I've played against an Omnimon has been against you, and I don't think we ever got to that point where I had to worry about seeing it more than twice. Because I don't even remember what happened in the game. So I am still not familiar with them because the Omnimons that I have pulled have just gone straight into the binder and been like, you guys will all live there until I decide to sell you.
Yeah, so the Ultra S has the when attacking, we may return the level 6 underneath this Digimon, or one of the level 6s to make it unblockable for the turn. So not super relevant with no blocker in play, but the check goes through. But the little bit of pressure from that Mastimon and the 2 checks last turn does actually put Purple in a kind of interesting spot here. Or the Mastimon deck in an interesting spot, right? Because 2 security checks left is like, in theory, trash 1, swing twice.
A swing,
yay.
Yeah.
We can see a blocker in play, so it's not quite true. We're going to go see the Gaia Force. Put them. And they're actually going to go to 7 because of the Kyrie, right? Again, the extra from Kyrie.
Yes.
Delete the Mastimon. And that's a lot of memory to be giving a yellow with this many cards in hand.
I'm trying to figure out if they know they're supposed to be at 7, because that dice is like halfway in the middle, and that's actually really bothersome.
We'll see what happens. Again, we're not here to judge it. We're just here to commentate.
Yeah.
So here we can get into another Mastemon, in theory, right? Like, we have tons of memory. We can go 5 into Maste. I guess the ideal scenario would be like one of the recovery. Oh, like we go into like the Anjuwamon, so we can get the security tech -2 or the recovery plus the Maste or something like that would be kind of neat.
Yeah.
And
there's like a lot of options that you have.
Yeah, and we can build up a lot of deck and like build up a bit more board advantage this turn, because Yellow has felt like it's been behind on board a lot so far this series. Even if it's what's happening here?
Okay, what?
I think someone's just scooping. I think Red's scooped.
Did they go to? They didn't go to time.
No, we still have plenty of time on the round, I think. Actually need to double check how much time there's supposed to be on the rounds. I actually didn't look.
Yes,
I assume that must have been time on the round. Let's double check. There was a thing in the announcements chat, I believe.
Oh, and they're
gone?
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened there, guys.
Okay. Your guess is as good as ours at this point.
So give me a second. I'm just going to double check out the timer on the round to make sure that... Yeah, we still have like 20 odd minutes left. So as I bring it back to Casticams, because I wasn't expecting the game to finish so quickly, so I wasn't prepared. I'm going to be honest.
I saw the judge pop in, and I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess something is happening." I just wasn't expecting that to be over, because there's still everyone is still playing.
We have like 20 odd minutes left on the round.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Well, that was
Definitely still trying to figure out.
that was an
Yep.
odd one to finish. I don't know if anyone else in chat spotted what had happened there. If it was maybe a judge call or something that happened. But that appears to be the end of that game.
Yeah. Which I think, okay, so if we're considering how that endgame would have happened even without the judge just coming in and us trying to figure out what was going on, uh, I, I think when you consider it, it felt like it could have been Yellow's game, right? Because you have more than half of your like deck left in your hand, and you had what, 7 memory?
Yeah, so you're looking to go like Anju-Wumon into Mastemon for 6 total. Brings out another 3. You probably want to play a blocker on top of that 3 if you can. So like Pid would be ideal, or if you can just bring the. Oh no, actually, the ideal scenario would be something like that into bring back the Recovery Salamon, and then Chimeramon it again.
Yeah.
So you give a lot of memory back the other side, but you pop more of the board, recover more, and then like have 2 decent-sized threats left to finish out the match. So that I think it'd be how, in an ideal world, you'd be looking. Red could still get there because Red can, go into tallish stacks and just swing real hard. But kind of confused as to what happened there, to be honest.
Yeah. It'll be a mystery. Yeah. I'm trying to think with what Red could have done because Red had the Agumon in raising, had the Quartermon still. So if we're following that same thread of the Chimeramon happening as well, then what would have happened? What, you bring up the Agumon and either you bring that one into Quartermon or you just digivolve like from the Quartermon stack and swing back. But I do like, I actually still can't get over you pointing out that swinging the Salamon into that security when Red was still at full security and like taking your chances, because if you delete you get the recovery, if you survive then you at least get the security check and then you can Chimera, like getting the most value out of that turn, right? And it's small stuff like that that makes me go, huh, there is a lot
it's a thing with TCGs that you have to get used to sometimes, of going, here's the level, like here's the okay, so the way that I plan to turn out, right, is you look at the board. First of all, you go, do I have game? Question that is always question 1. Or do I have a way to get game this turn? If no, you then go, does my opponent have game on their turn? If they do, how do we stop that? Right? And then it's about maximizing every single step along the chain to go, okay, because what you ideally want to do is by the time you come around to your next turn is, I now have game, right? Like that's what you're always looking for, that first question to be, yes, I do have game, I win, because winning tends to be a good thing, in general. And that's the way that to approach turns. And that then does things that I call it like checking board texture, where you look at how many security they have, each player has, to how many security checks / swings you have, how many blockers are in play, and there's a lot that goes into that one step of checking if someone has game. But getting the little extra bits over the course of a longish game, especially against decks like Yellow, matter, because you got to squeeze the value out of your cards if they also have a value engine. Like if they're able to recover and stall games and you can't do similar, well, you're going to fall behind eventually, because if they can get 2 things out of every single one card they play, but you get 1 thing out of every card you play, eventually they're ahead of you. So it's little things like that can really separate, the players that will go on to top 8 multiple events from those who might still be learning the game, right? Like if Digimon is your first TCG, these are thought patterns that take a bit of getting used to in some cases.
Yeah, no, especially because for me, so the biggest learning curve was, okay, I don't always have to check security every single turn, right? Because sometimes like that's not the best thing to do. And sometimes what I have to be cognizant about is, like you said, is like if I wipe out their security, but they can just wipe out my board. Then I have to spend the next couple of turns rebuilding, and they're still free to swing consistently. And so that I think was one of the hardest things to learn was I don't always have to do that. Sometimes I should like swing into the Digimon that they have rested because then it forces them to try to build up as well. And it's been kind of fun for me because I always enjoy learning from that and then figuring out things as I play more and more, right? And then realizing, oh, okay, if we're staring at the same board, but we see two totally different things, and obviously one has a higher understanding of it and like sees a lot more, but I find that so fascinating because you can also see that when people play against each other, and I think it's what kind of makes this really fun. I'm thinking what happened was pairing issues is what it looks like in this judges area.
Interesting. Okay.
So I think there was a pairing and then they had to repair, but not everyone saw the announcement that there was a repair.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens with that. But let's take a short break because coffee number 2 is very much needed. And we will be back again. So imagine for this break, we have some nice smooth jazz. Imaginary smooth jazz is this break music. And we will be back soon. Okay, welcome back to round one, the redo, where apparently there was a repair early on in the round, so a lot of people played out the wrong game. I'm surprised it took quite as long as it did to get caught, but we are back now with actual round one. We're going to follow 007 partly because I've already set his name up on the screen and I can't be bothered to change it, but also I promised the guy some stream time. We got to get him the stream time. And he's up against Purple.
Which so one time I was like, I think I want to play purple or try playing purple. So I asked one of my locals, I was like, how do I play purple? He looks me in the eye, he goes, you take your entire deck and you put it in the trash. And I was like, the actual trash or like my discard pile? He's like, both. You can play it from both. And so I have not actually had a lot of experience playing against purple. I just know that one, it has really pretty looking cards, and I only say that because Lady Digimon and Lilithmon are both in the purple decks. But it's also like, I know it has retaliation, and I've never been so angry at an inheritable card ever in my life. But it's just super fast paced because I'm pretty sure that's a Lady Digimon already on, I think. No, one.
On Peter's side, yeah. So some people might recognize Peter's name. He's one of the judges for some card market Dragon Ball events, which I also run the streams for. So that's kind of cool to see him getting to actually play a game this weekend. But we see the Blitz. I like the Blitz Greymon here. That's a really strong Blitz, getting rid of the Lady Devi and going back down to the Gabumon. And I was going to say, I think the only games against purple you might like. I know we tested some purple against green the other day.
Ooh, hated that. I did not like any single second of playing against that purple deck against you. It was just like, wow, this is
okay. So we go into the Gazimon, and we get the Devimon blocker, pretty strong.
I find I think the most difficult thing about purple is that when you're playing against it, you also have to keep in mind what they have in their trash, right? Because so many things happen once they have things in their trash. Like Shalmon, which was the DJ egg from this set, is like, oh, you have 10 cards in your trash, you get retaliation. Everyone gets you have to. There's so much more to keep track of, and I think that's what makes it kind of stressful. But I also think that playing purple requires sort of understanding when to play option cards from your hand and when to allow them to be trashed, because then it's just a which branching path do you decide to take from there.
Okay, this is really interesting from Peter on that discard. So
the Metal Guru.
Yeah, this is actually something that I've been thinking about testing purple, is the information you represent when you discard cards from hand, right? If you're discarding, say, a Metal Garurumon, you're broadcasting you have one. Because you wouldn't discard the only 6 in your hand, right? Like, you've got a 5 on board, You're not going to throw away the 6. So that's always something I find a little odd. But if I check the hand right, and I think I did, then I think we might also be looking at an extra. I think I saw Nailbone in hand, so we could see a really strong turn as we see the piercing from Blitz Greymon, just swinging to security, survive the check.
Okay, so my thing with this one is at what point if you're the opponent, right? Like, how is that a Millennium Mon?
Yeah, it is.
Oh gosh, yeah.
He's playing a list very similar to mine.
So you'll be really familiar with the deck then. But it's just like, at what point, if you're the person playing against purple, like at what point do you start swinging, right? Because the more you attack into security, the more power you're giving your opponent, because it's like they thrive best the more that they have. And I think before the security checks went off, I think he was at 6 in his trash, so he's getting really close to being able to get things popped off. There's another Metal Guru. So
this is going to be big.
The trash.
This is going to be a huge turn. We're going to Digiburst 2. The good thing from the red player's perspective is there's no way for this Metal Garurumon to swing over. It doesn't have enough DP. But we're going to go... it's not a level 3, so it gets no value from the Lady Devimon. But we're going to go see the Nailbone. And I think they set up the Nailbone quite nicely by setting up the 3s and 4s in the trash. Here we might as well just take the Gabumon from looking at the 3s. The 4s are good 4s. Small thing. There's a Vilemon in there. I would have taken the Vilemon for the 6k blocker because it means you play around Ultra S. But Metal Garurumon goes in and checks for the first check. And I think we see another Nailbone as well in hand, so it could even which means next turn if potential for a second one, but does need to clear or at least protect this Metal Garurumon for next turn as they go to 2.
That's the blocker right there. I'm pretty sure. My eyesight is obviously not as good as yours, hence why I have glasses on as well. But it's so crazy to me how you can go from almost nothing on your board and then you digivolve into this Metal Guru, burst it, and it's all of a sudden you're faced with just like all of the things, and your entire game plan has to change, right? And so there's like Blitz going for another check. Actually. Yeah, there's a blocker out there.
Yeah, you have to block here because I'm assuming that check is aimed at the Metal Garurumon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we see the Lady Devimon get deleted. So here we get to keep Metal Garurumon for an extra turn, right? So we can get the second burst off next turn. I don't think there's a way for Purple to do it next turn and necessarily get into like Anubismon for a rush. That would be the dream scenario. Depends how much memory is given over as we swing for 3k at security, I think.
Yeah. I want to say he's got one more blocker, right? Like Peter has one more blocker on there.
Oof. Oof.
Okay.
Nailbone's huge.
Nice. That is not what you wanted to see.
Yeah, so
Digimon stays, but like Nailbone is oh.
That is huge.
If I just came back and was like, nothing has changed at all.
Yeah,
nothing changed.
Did you miss me? But this is tough for red. And just gonna play the Monodramon for 2, and then probably just Gaia forcing, being forced to Gaia Force the Metal Garurumon to prevent any shenanigans. So it's from 0 goes to 8 for the Gaia Force. But with 8 memory and a bunch of 4s on board,
the
Demi-Meramon also goes to trash. Like that egg's just chilling.
He was I think it was the egg effects, yeah.
Fair enough.
Which honestly, okay, even getting Gaia Force, right? Like you said, 8 memory is still so much, and then all of that goes into the trash, and then it's just like, oh yeah, thanks. I have more stuff to play with now, right? Like there's all these things you can do. I think you have 1 security left. There's still like 4 checks on Red's board because of that rookie he had just like thrown down as well before the Gaia Force. But now you have a lot of things to play with, and it's just okay. Here is half my deck in my trash now, and here's all the stuff we can do.
Yeah, I don't see a Xiaomon under any of these. If there's a Xiaomon under this, then this could be a really nice board clear and set up something else. But I don't think we quite get there. Because currently everything is safely blocked by that Cordramon that's in play.
Well, there's the Xiaomon, though.
Yeah. He raised this turn, right? I'm pretty sure he raised this turn. So, looking at this board state, 4 swings into 4 security in theory. We see Hell's Gate, which means his opponent can also see it, which is not ideal. So, with enough memory, and we're not far off, we're getting kind of close to being able to do things like play a Anubismon and a Metal Garurumon if we have both. Which is kind of the nuts, because it gives you rush on a load of stuff from a Nailbone. But looks like we're choosing a 5.
It's always hard, I think, like watching people look through both their hand and like either like their security if you're playing yellow or your trash if you're playing purple, right? And then like not being able to pick up something like red or deciding on what you want to pick up right away, because it almost feels like your back is against the wall and like you're trying to figure out your best options because what you have in your hand might not be what exactly you want to see.
Yeah.
Did he draw for that evolution from before? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what it was for.
Okay, so now we see the Anubis. So we know to get something back from security with Rush. If we have a Devimon here, if we have the level 4 Devimon, we do. So that way, I know we can't get the level 4 Devimon because of it's level 3 or only on the Anubis. So swings gonna force some blocks out, I think, is the plan here. We have like 1 blocker in play. but I think we have to kind of try and push for game. I think is the thinking from purple.
This is so fascinating to me because I'm like I said, I'm like not used to looking at purple lists, right? Like I looked at one list for the set and I was like, I'm just gonna stick with it. And then I haven't had to really play purple because yellow was so prominent. I
Ouch.
guess it's nice seeing the Omnimon inside there. You just hate to see that be the check. So what happens when the Anubis gets deleted?
Nothing in particular. That draw was for
Okay.
for
The egg.
yeah. Okay. So still has 2 memory up. This is going to be tough now because you know for a fact that they're definitely blocking one of these attacks, right?
Right.
They lose if they don't. So the sensible thing for your opponent to do here is not lose by blocking.
Would be to say, hey, I have a blocker. I think I'm going to use it.
This
so
Blitzgreymon
you got,
is
like,
stuck, which has been the bad news for purple here.
Bliss was having a field day. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll just keep going and going and going. Does purple even have it, like anything in security that it could have like to survive this?
No, because they've already checked one of their nailbone. I think they're playing 3 copies. If they're playing 4, they get an extra blocker. But we have a piercing check from Blitz.
Yeah.
So draws. Okay. I mean, in theory, they can Hell's Gate again. Go get another blocker. Right, like if they have it in hand, but they have the Monodramon at the
4
back.
checks, technically, yeah.
Well, they have 5, right? They still swing with the Cauldron if they want it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure there's a way to get to this. Okay, we're going to delete one to delete one of opponents. One of the cheaper removal costs. If you drawn that earlier, then you probably can
would have been in a better spot, yeah.
Clearing the blocker. I don't really see a way out of this for purple at the minute.
Yeah, I think that's hard because it feels like you draw stuff a little bit too late, but that's another another blocker coming in.
Yeah,
right?
so there's 2 blockers, but again, there's still 4 swings into security. Like there's no.
Yeah.
Also, when you can't block this Blitzgreymon, right? Blocking the Blitzgreymon
is piercing.
Like it's completely pointless. Still gotta. I like this from red, right? Just because you think you have game, you should still try and have the rookie. Yeah, still try and get through it. As we see the Blitzgreymon would die, but Peter scoops up the game, knowing full well.
Oh,
that's the end of
that's nothing.
game 1. So purple. Interesting deck.
It was so close. Yeah, it felt like it was one of those moments where if you had just been able to draw that card a little bit earlier, then things would have been completely different.
Yep.
That's that's the moment where I would look at my hand and be like, "Where were you when I needed you?" A draw go. Like this is just it's unfortunate timing, but like you said for red, at least on that last turn, I've heard like too many stories of people being like, oh, I like made a mistake where I could have had game if I had just remembered to evolve like a rookie before like I started swinging. And it's always like one of those things where I try after hearing all the stories to get into the habit of I have an egg, I will digivolve on top of it no matter what because it could save my butt later on.
Yeah, well, it's one of the little ones that I've seen come up. Is versus green if you like because green might be playing flower cannon. A lot of decks aren't, but some of them are. If you can digivolve a rookie into a blocker before swinging, you should because it then means that your flower cannon doesn't suspend the blocker, which is insane. If you need exactly 1 check, you just do it that way. As we see purple just go ahead and jam the map for 4. Not ideal. Does open up. more memory for you, but it also effectively gives your opponent more memory to work with too, right? Because they can happily push you to 3 now. They're not trying to pass you on 1. They can just go, cool, go to 3. And I think we're going to see all the way up to a level 5 in raising potentially this turn. Or we could see him like a ManagerMon and a 1-cost Evo. That would be fantastic too. Gonna go Lava Garita from the looks of it. Yeah, go into.
Yep.
Ooh, are we doing it? Yes.
Maybe
no.
they're gonna give me
Maybe.
what you're talking about. Just play from hand and then Digivolve. Right, because once you're given that much memory, it's like all of a sudden it's just like, oh, I have choices, and those choices now are sometimes like feel really limiting. Whereas like, oh, I only have 1 memory, like let me just do this, and that's all I can do. But going to 0 and getting it,
yeah. There's reasoning to think that like when you're playing against these memory tamers, or you're playing a memory tamer in your deck, jamming it turn 1 is normally the best turn to do it because your opponent probably has the least stuff that they're going to have throughout the course of the game to get through it. So, if you're going to give them a load of memory, doing it on turn 1 is normally kind of fine. But we do see the Guilmon come down. Looks like no rookie in hand still.
Oh, I've been there way too many times, and I would like to admit to. I also find though that when I have a memory tamer in my hand, so I love Mimi to death because she is like my favorite tamer ever to play. But I find it really hard sometimes because, like I said, I play against yellow so often that I'm just like giving yellow 4 memory off the bat is just so stressful and scary because they can just run wild with it. And that was a hard play for. I'm gonna click on this to see if I can see what Digimon it is. Nope. Still can't tell what Digimon it is. But
I'm scrolling. I'm looking for the.
It's 7K. That's all I can see. 6 cost? 6 cost, yeah, because he goes to 3.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it now. I don't actually recognize it.
I was gonna say rare, but I don't think that's the proper.
Okay, 2 checks coming in from the Wargreymon. Early pressure from Red. This is what Red does better than most decks, to be honest. That go big, go like early sort of.
Go big and go into security.
Yeah, not home, security. Is kind of something that he does really quite nicely and can pile on a ton of pressure. Keeping games short against like purple and yellow both want games to go kind of longer. So if you could just keep the game short, they never get to do what they wanted to do.
I don't. That's still no rookie then I'm guessing because that would have just gone down immediately instead of going into your hand. I think. Nope. Oh.
Yeah, this looks like one of those didn't draw anything games. Okay, we get the Anubis Mon. We do have Rush on this.
Let's get an evolution on there, or get a draw from the evolution as well. Still no rookie. Oh, I like that. This is actually probably, even if I'm playing against someone who doesn't draw a rookie, it's still one of the hardest things to watch is to go a couple turns with seeing them just having a hard play stuff. And getting the Anubis, I think, is at least nice because you are able to get the rush.
Mm-hmm.
And at least get another thing on board and don't have to worry about it having like that summoning sickness. And there's at least some chance of trying to fight back, but it feels just like that Red had such that heavy lead because you were able to get that 4 memory turn 1 and just almost be able to just go up to like Wargreymon so fast. Yep.
We're looking at like no security left at the end of 1 security left at the end of this turn, which is not ideal. For Red?
For purple, yeah. Oh, and then you get the evolution. Yeah,
that's rough. Yeah. So you get a chunk of memory to work with. It's 6 cost, so it goes to 5. Anubis gets popped. And this is looking rough.
It's just unfortunate because like this is like a near like perfect game for Red. Like, this is like everything you ever want to see because you're just like this is you had like that the early blitz, and then you get the Omnimon, and it's just like, oh, it's just everything's like coming up for you in the perfect way possible. And like you had said, purple and yellow, which really like long games, purple's not getting that because it's just not able to get any of those rookies in hand, and there's just not a lot you can do. And this is, it's tough because I think the Agumon on red comes up next game. You get the 2 last security checks and then a direct.
Well, yeah, Omni swings twice next turn. So we actually have 4 checks available. As we just play a blocker, but looks like we can. Red has, as far as I can tell, game on board. It depends. Obviously, we could see something like a Nailbone from security here. Nailbone from security would give access to the Devimon for a second blocker, which would be enough to keep them alive. But very much dependent on these security checks. So
you just gotta cross your fingers and hope for it.
Omni here, you definitely take this Wargreymon back, right? You push for the game. You are now technically dead to Trump Sword as well. Trump Sword security check is a huge thing here. It is Trump Sword. I see the future.
No. Okay, so clearly I have to just ask you to be my security checker, just like speak into my ear, so that way I can like breathe a sigh of relief when the stuff I want security pops up, because that is fantastic and like really good, because now you're Peter and you're like, okay, that's the card I wanted to. That's one of the cards I wanted to see. That is a sigh of relief. You have a little bit of breathing room. You have a chance. You just have to be able to draw that rookie next turn and like really just start playing around. Red still has all of the memory to play with, but it's that was a really nice Trump Sword, I think, for him to have that insecurity.
I mean, it was exactly that or Nailbone. It had to be options that turn, and the fact that the Omni had to commit to the restand to guarantee game forced Trump Sword to be a lot stronger. And it looks like it's now just going to be hard play some stuff and just set up for next turn, I think is the plan, right? Like, you're cool. All right, we got set back a turn, but we're so far ahead, we can take a turn to build now.
Mm-hmm.
Be interesting to see what comes out after the 3 drop. Especially because you're probably like having to like recalculate your turn a lot, because you're obviously not expecting that to happen. As we see the Metal Greymon.
I always expect the worst when I swing into security. I'm just like, what if something else happens in here? And when I was playing a really quick purple the other day at a local, I was like, wait, Jack Ray gives you like memory back? And I went, I should have dropped the Terriermon when I had the chance. And that was like a moment of regret of being like, I could have gotten a free security check. But I don't think I haven't hit a Trump Sword in security. I've hit a Nailbone, and that was
I've very much hit Trump Sword in security. It's not a fun experience. It's normally Gaia Force is the worst one, because that definitely kills something important. And Trump Sword, sometimes you can like swing in and things are arrested, so you're okay. Yes. This could be a really big pushback turn, though, depending on if there is access to Nailbone in hand. I don't think I saw one then. If there is a Nailbone in hand, then you have things like the Lucimon and the blocker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Insecurity that you can take. I'm going to go to 6, so we're just going to hard play second blocker.
Which is fine, because at least, okay, this is like what, the 5th turn now without a single rookie, right? But I think Peter's still able to make the most of it. I am at the point where if it was me, I would consider just being like, just giving up, which I try really hard not to do, because you never know what's going to happen.
Well, if like in this case, you really can't afford to do it, because this is round 1 of a tournament. You're down 1 game, so like this one you play out regardless. Like, you have the time. It's just a case of asking your opponent to try and find ways to win. This is actually another thing that can happen in card games, or in games in general, right? Is ask your opponent the question, right? Like, can you work out a way to win? Because again, one of those things that will differentiate good players against like your average player is their ability to find that way to win, right? Like, some people will make a misstep. They might overcommit memory. They might swing in the improper order and things like that. It can kind of matter. He's just double checking Cards in trash for Digimon. So I think he's swinging for 12, 13. Hell's Gate. Oh.
Oh, wow.
Hell's Gate has no target. There is no blocker and discard in trash. So this is almost one of those ones where you wish you'd blocked now. Like you wish you block. Because if it is Hell's Gate on the next check, then you get the blocker back. So that's one of those, I don't want to call it a mistakes, but it's like technically the sequencing could be better. Like if you know you have no target for Hell's Gate.
I guess, but it's also like it's hard because then you're banking on another option that like you absolutely need.
Well, you still have the 2 blocks, right? So you can let the first swing go through and then have the 2 blocks. Like they probably don't swing with the other 2 because they know you have you blocked. But yeah, okay, we'll see. The bringing back from security or to hand. I don't know if the Anubis one to hand is the. So it's one of those questions where I'm like, look, do we think the game is going to next turn? Like, are we going to get a turn after this? And if the answer is no, we get Lucamon to bring back 1, but we have like a million checks on the other side and no blockers. So
yeah. Well,
this could be
Nailbone. It could be the best top deck ever. Besides the Bushi top deck.
That was pretty sweet the other day. It could be Nailbone again, another blocker, but we still have 4 checks coming in. It's Nailbone again. I've called these far too well. This is weird.
It's almost like you have just like like you said, you have this foresight, like you have future sight right now because you called I think all 3 like the last 3 options as the security checks, which is exactly what he needs, and that's kind of wild, honestly.
Yeah, but that will be the game. Yeah. Basically, no way back from that for purple. That felt like a really tough matchup. Like game 2 starting and with just having to go, here's a bunch of memory, and then red went, cool, I have my level 6, and purple having very little way to deal with that level 6 felt like it was always going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, I think the hardest part was the fact that you as purple had your entire game with no rookie. Like the only rookie we saw was the security check one that you got to play from the trash. Yep. It was like that MegaZoo just kind of sat there and like was taunting with that smile the entire time. And I think there's different ways to feel about losing a game, right? You feel like, oh, okay, this was like a good loss because it was like we played and like it just happened that way, versus I could not play the game the way I had to because I could not get this card. And it's so frustrating losing that way, where it's like I could not find a rookie in my deck to save my life. And
and it was also just like a little few things of odd sequencing, right? And in terms of like not from the player, like not, but like you hit the nail bone, there's no target. Whereas, and like it's like oh, okay, if I had done this in this other order, which doesn't seem obvious, then I would have got the extra target off, and then I would have an extra blocker in play. And it's like loads of little things. Like it just all seemed to go against Peter in that second game. Game 1 was a lot closer. Does show this purple is a strong deck, but I think it's actually a much stronger deck against the more typical decks in this format, right? Like against the greens, against the yellows. Against red, which is super aggressive and can take all your security off you really quick, maybe not so much. But credit to his opponent. Credit to Zero for playing a deck that is a little bit off. That's not off meta. Like it's still a very strong deck, but
a little bit underground now. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also in one of those decks that is in a strong position, right? The reason why Green OTK was heralded as one of the best decks in the format, strong disagree, but there we go, is the ability to do the 5 security checks against yellow, right? You want to burst them down. You want to go 1 turn, right, I win. Red doesn't do it quite as often, but can still do like 3 or 4 checks in a turn very easily, and also gets to win the game of, as we called it the other day in testing, raising chicken, right?
Yeah.
Of other decks like to build big stack in raising and only bring it out when they want to push, which means that in the case of red, you can actually bring out your 5, go into your 6, and that will probably deal really efficiently with what they did. If your 6 sticks, you then Omni the next turn and deal with another thing, whilst also pressuring. So it's kind of sweet.
Yeah, and I think when you're talking about like the red Omni deck, right? It's sort of like you had mentioned this way before, but it's like, oh, we have new shiny things to play with, and everyone's like really excited because we also have that new mechanic for Digiburst. But then it's also like, I think this is a TCG where because things don't get a rotation, it's really easy to forget that you have all these old cards and all these old decks and things that still work really well. They just don't have the new like shiny mechanics, but they still have a place. And I think being able to the fun thing about aggressive decks then is that you are just able to just go, whereas your opponent, or for like yellow and green, have to take that time to build. And that's sort of like the shortcoming of it against stuff like that, where it's like it's sort of like the same concept of like how Rookie Rush was so good before, right? Where it's just like, oh yeah, all you have to do is just go, and everyone else has to try to build and react that way.
So. Well, that's actually something like one of the big things about aggressive decks is that, right? Is putting the pressure on your opponent. Because, as I said earlier, you're then asking your opponent the question, right? You're saying, so if we go through that flow chart of decision making, right? Do I have game this turn? Probably not, because I'm done. Like, if you spend every single turn reacting to the pressure your opponent is playing, you aren't pushing for your own win condition in most cases. Which then means that Rookie Rush sort of gives itself more time, weirdly, right? By trying to push really aggressively, your opponent's not doing any pressure back to you, so you're kind of chilling. And that's not uncommon in these decks. And red does the same. You put the pressure on your opponent, and it's a new TCG. For a lot of people, it's their first TCG. People will make mistakes, right? And you're not playing hoping your opponent makes a mistake. You're going to ask them questions that, depending on your hand, there might not actually be a right answer to, right? Like, if they play around it one way, you punish this way. If they play around it this other way, you have the punish regardless. So it's nice to do that with aggressive decks. It's also kind of why WarGreymon is so strong, because it gets to do that, but also control the board. And I'm sure we'll see that happen throughout today. But we have a few minutes left on the round, and I need more coffee. So we'll take a short break, and we'll be back after this nice imaginary rock break music.
Ooh. I actually am going to go make coffee because I'm about to fall All right, and we're back with round two, and round two for coffee as well. I'm in so much trouble after this because I don't have any more coffee pods left in this
Oh dear.
apartment. So yeah, it's gonna be rough. Oh, it's gonna be yellow versus purple, which is actually honestly one of those interactions that I always find really fun. We've got Jimmy versus Xanthia, which I am kind of interested to see how this goes because we have a turn 2 TK drop down here. So we're going to look through security to pick up something yellow and get a recovery, hopefully. There has been situations where I've seen people pick up Valderon because you just kind of either need it or there's nothing else you want to pick up. But it's going to be everyone's favorite or least favorite yellow card right now, which is going to be that War Greymon.
Yeah, I mean, you'd want to avoid taking the Volderarm unless you already know you need it or everything else is already in hand, but strong-looking start there for Xanthia. Getting the TK down is actually really nice against Yellow because Yellow is one of those decks that has a few of the cheaper Digivolution things, like to kind of bounce it to you cheaply. And the ability to now go, cool, I always have 3 memory available is sweet. We do see purple. Jimmy has a pretty nice start too, up to the level 5 in raising, and the Gabumon in active.
Yeah, I find it so interesting because yellow is one of those decks that like you can get to your level 6s so quickly and so easily, and it's just like yeah, now you're in a lot of trouble, right? And both of them have a pretty sizable stack in their raising area. I really appreciate when people also place down like a Digimon in the battle area just to have something there for next turn because even if you can't attack it, now at least you have some sort of extra added pressure besides what you've got in your raising area.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. So we're gonna see the Magnamon. So it's the Magnamon for 3 using the effect. So Magnamon's one of those cards that I think is, people forget it has the second effect, right? Like it's partly a recovery tool. But I love it for its second effect, especially in these War Greymon builds. The ability to swing with it and then basically get the Angie-Woman inheritable. Playing a level 3 from hand could be really strong. But Jimmy raises the Skull Mirror, goes into Vilemon, and I think he might be reading that he's kind of safe here if he wants to go into a 6. Right? Like there's not likely to be any removal, and we see the Lilith. So plays the Lilithmon for 3 for turn. I heard that intake of breath on the Lilith being dropped. I heard that.
I really like her. But like you said, bringing up that Skull Barrow at that moment was actually really nice because you know that like you won't be able to get like that War Greymon from there, so you don't have to worry about getting that minus 6,000. And this is really interesting for me just because again, it's like one of the first times I think I've seen yellow and purple like interact where they haven't been at the end of the game or like at time. Pulsemon, which is absolutely one of those fantastic cards that I love to see just because it's one of those cards that I think is a really nice staple to have. It's obviously really hard to find because of the circumstances you needed to be able to get it, but having that ability to either, drop it for 2 and like the draw mechanic for it, it's absolutely fantastic. And that swing from the Magnamon into the security, letting you play it for free and then getting a chance to digivolve into that Unimon, you still have, that a couple more memory to play around with as well. Like yellow is has so many tools. It's just kind of crazy all of the different ways you can use them.
Yeah, it is going to look like it's going to pass with at least 2 memory over here. Most likely. I can't think of any 2 drops that could pass for 1 memory. But yeah, that Pulsemon's great because if you get it from an effect like the Magnamon or the Angie-Woman, oh, there we go. So there is the level 5 2 cost that they're playing. Like you get like either memory or a card. You can digivolve. Like, you don't care if you digivolve like in raising with it. Like that's still perfectly fine. As we see the Tapiamon. Like you're kind of happy in most of these situations. I think we're going to see. Lilith is just going to go ahead and get rid of that stack. And if there is a way to deal with the Antilamon as well, there's the Millennium comes down this turn to tuck it back to the bottom of the deck and trashes everything beneath it. Which this doesn't look like a strong turn. But it's given you board, right? Like you now have initiative on board. Your opponent has nothing in raising, and is going to have to rebuild entirely, which can be difficult. Like we saw that they had used a few of their resources last turn, right? Like they used a 4, they used a rookie. Do they have everything to rebuild this turn?
Yeah, and seeing Bushi for your rookie is always actually kind of like rough to it, because that would have been fantastic if you still had that Magnet to be able to swing, play that Bushi, and be able to swing with that rush. And this is one of those moments where you think, okay, if I pass along a bunch of memory, it's fine, because I'm clearing their board and now they have to rebuild from scratch. So you still at least get like some sort of like momentum stopping on the other side. But now, for yellow, at least yellow can, at least even if you stop their momentum, they have the chance to be able to build up for that next turn. And so right now we're seeing what that going from the egg to a level 5 and potential. We know that, yeah, she had pulled that level 6 from that TK in turn 2. So now all of that just because of that Millennium Mon. Like, I getting your board cleared sucks, but I feel like this was actually pretty decent, like to be able to rebuild just from that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be at least a check coming in. This Millennium Mon's probably going to stick around for a long time too. So we could easily see quite a lot of pressure coming this turn. 2 checks guaranteed from purple. And this is actually a small thing in the Digimon trading card game, where playing for removal, playing to remove the board on a turn where your opponent doesn't have anything in raising is often a lot stronger. Because if they already have a thing in raising, they're just going to raise it and then they have a thing back on board. So it's kind of like you want to do it like almost every other turn. Seems like a sweet time to go and grab the board back. And we're just going to go into the werewolf mode 9k rush Cerberusmon. Obviously not too good here, but 9k is awkward. If they're going to try and remove anything with the WarGreymon effect, they can only take out the Vilemon. And you know what you do to stop them from doing that? You just block, right? Like, you can just block, then their minus 6k is probably not doing anything.
Right. Yeah, I actually also appreciate that Joey didn't like swing with the security with the one that he just evolved the Service Mon onto, because you are at 4 security on yellow, and if you're playing against yellow, right, the goal usually is you don't attack unless you can keep them at 4 for a really long time, or you are able to like go for like just a full sweep and like direct, because yellow operates best when it's at 3, and this is one of those moments where like you see that WarGreymon interaction where you're going to get that like minus 6k on stuff, and you pick up that like security, put yourself at that 3. There is
okay, we just saw so yellow. This is the downside of webcam, right? So that Millennium Mon had a Devimon in the stack, so it had a retaliation, but also Millennium Mon's not a card people are super used to playing against, where you swing into it and you forget it has that second effect. When it would be deleted, you can just put it back and just. So I think that's what we saw there. Is the WarGreymon swings in, and we're just going to go ahead and Magnetramon back up to the full 5 security.
I find this so interesting because we've discussed yellow decks before and like the different lists, and so Digimon, at least here, for me in like the California side of things, I don't see Digimon in yellow decks a lot, but I know that you had talked about it at one point, and I think for me it's really entertaining to see it happen and see 2 Digimons already, and at least that's that primary effect that people use it for taking effect now, right? Like yellow is one of those decks where it's so frustrating sometimes because you can whittle away at it all you want, but then stuff like that happens, and it's just like, oh,
yep.
Well.
And the Hell's Gate comes down for the clean delete. And yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle now for yellow. You've lost board. There's, the Millennium Mon. Yeah, the Millennium Mon's pretty happy to swing here. The Mat comes back as well. I like that interaction of just, grabbing the Gabumon and going, I'm just going to play that, don't mind me. Pitamon goes down from security. Yep, swinging the Metal Gar as well. Pretty safe against yellow. Their security's tends to not be very big. The Metal Gar can hit WarGreymons, which kind of sucks. And the Miramon to pass the turn. Oh no, to go to 0. Looks pretty strong now for purple. They seem to have a pretty strong turn.
Yeah,
Um,
especially like clearing board 2 turns in a row. It's so hard to come back from that. And oh, see, so that moment where you like have to like digivolve for the Pulsemon, when like this is one of those instances where Pulsemon would be fantastic to drop because you get both of those effects at the same time. But now you just need a way to like bring stuff back, and it feels like being able to have that Millennium Mon from like what turn 2 or 3, and being able to just stop a lot of things from going on for yellow. It's hard to come back from. I don't think it's impossible. It's just asking, I think, a lot.
Yeah, it's difficult because I think purple's one of those decks that as soon as it gets a head on board, if you can like right now, right, they can Metal Garurumon and they could have a free Trump Sword in hand, right? Like if they have a Trump Sword, it's free, which means that it's very easy for them to win the game, effectively. And we're gonna go in and like, do we have the second? Do we have the Trump Sword? Because if we can pop the blocker, we just swing 4 times.
Yep.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
That is the Unimon. Is there anything in security for yellow?
I don't think it matters because
Okay, there's a TK, so TK procs. We get to look at the security, grab a Lucemon.
That's
Recover 1. Metal Garurumon goes in next, takes out the Antilamon. 6K goes in next. And then the 5K to win. That was a pretty rough game for yellow. It felt like yellow didn't have as much going early, but purple just kind of popped off.
right.
There was that one turn where, if you're not used to playing against Millennium Mon and purple, swinging the Wargrey into Millennium Mon, which has retaliation, seems like you're just throwing away the Wargrey, right? You could swing security at least, pop the blocker on the restand and things like that. So can be tough against playing these not as popular decks, right? You go to a lot more locals than I do, and admittedly they're locals in the US, so it may not reflect here, but it basically is green and yellow, right?
For my specific locals, it's mostly green. I think there's only 2 yellow players at any given time. We have actually a couple of purple players. I've just never matched up against them, which is really surprising to me. But Millennium Mon, I'm getting more used to because I know a lot of people are playing it and testing it. I'm expecting to actually see a couple of them today. It's today. It's 2:30 in the morning here, so later today. At some point. But I think also on the point of webcams, right? This is one of those moments where you should never be afraid to ask, like, hey, what's all the inheritables? What's going on? Can you read the card aloud to me? And I was actually really nervous about that the first time I played a webcam tournament, where I was like, can I do that? Am I allowed to ask all those questions? And then I went, yeah, I don't care. I need to know I need to have all the information before I swing into that. And now I don't think you'll ever forget what Millennium Mon does, or that hey, maybe I should look at the inherits before anything else.
Yeah, it's it's a learning experience, and we'll see basically the perfect opening for yellow rookie into the 1-cost 4. Whilst people complain that yellow has some pretty weak options at 4, that is true, but they also have at least a cheap one, which is the ideal opening, because now your opponent has basically no memory to work with. We're going to go ahead and slam that Labra. I dig it. And sets up the Cerberusmon into trash.
And the fun thing about this too is that yellow's all about recovery, and then purple's all about trashing. And I think it's just so funny that because they're opposite colors, they do the opposite things. And I've always appreciated that about balancing. The balancing and aspects like that has always just been really fun for me. And so I'm actually really into the idea that one is the security recovery deck and the other one is the trash will play everything from their deck. We have the Tyriamon coming up on this turn, so you have 2 memory to work with, which isn't horrible for yellow, right? You still are at least able to get at least 1 or 2 Digivolutions up there. I think that looked like a Salmon.
Yeah, Salmon pass on 2. Yeah, you can go the Antilamon on 4, but you really don't want to. I think the hand looks like it has a couple more rookies in it too. Because hard dropping the only rookie in hand here, this is one of those things where you can kind of read the hand a little bit for your opponent, right? Because there goes the Wargreymon from security, but that's fine. If your opponent plays a rookie the turn after they promote. It means that they probably have another rookie in hand because they're going to want to go hatch rookie next turn. So that's generically the way that I would read the hand here. As we saw the check, and we're going to go grab Matt, get rid of this memory choke game. I actually really like this. You can tell that yellow is probably going to try and keep passing turn on low memory, and you just get rid of that as an option for them.
Yeah, I think it's one of those instances too where like getting that tamer out as soon as you absolutely can is just so important, because now you're not worried about playing, like you said, like that memory choke game. There's that other rookie that she at least had in her hand. Now we get an evolution to Pidmon for that one cost, and now you have to. I think if you have a TK at any point, it would be kind of nice to be able to at least try to play it, because you want to be able to get like your 3 memory every turn.
Yeah, so that is actually a generic thing, and it was super obvious in BT1, in 1.0, sorry, where if your opponent memory tamed early, you just memory tame it straight back. Like, that was the window, was like, you just set it up to pass them back to 3, and then you go, cool, now we both have 3 memory. And that can kind of nullify the advantage, because if you both have memory tamers in play, you both effectively have 6 more memory. Right? As we just see the hard play, Trump Sword, get rid of the stack, prevent the WarGreymon coming down, go 2, 4. It looks like Purple's struggling a little bit with the level 4s, is the way I'd read this.
Oh yeah, because they haven't been able to like really evolve up from there. But getting rid of that Anduamon before I can get into the WarGreymon is so good, because now you don't have to worry about, oh hey, look at all the level 3s that I can play from my hand, and you can have it's because then at that point you can just flood your board, right? And if you have that quote unquote problem of having too many rookies in hand, now you have that inheritable, but now you can't do anything for it, and it kind of looks like that's what like she's struggling with right now, trying to figure out what to play or what to do, because you have 2 blockers, so you can't check security, and you have so much memory too.
Okay, and the promo get him on passes the turn. So just feels like both forwards are like struggling to really get into their like main game plan, and we're going to just see Tapir swing in. Tapir doing what Tapir does. It is blocked. But I think that Tapir swing was very much just to draw some resources. Draw from the Tapir, draw from the Demi Mirror.
And hopefully you got something from that, because I feel like they're both kind of stalling on trying to figure out. It's one of those like, we're missing that jump from this Digimon to get to the next level. It is very, very tough.
Yeah, I think from the looks of it, Jimmy seems to be playing the game from the thing of, I want to keep this Labra on board to prevent you from Blinding Ray. Or I mean, you can still play Blinding Ray, you just trash your security as opposed to gaining anything. But yeah, just going to drop the Skull Mirror here. I actually kind of like that of like, look, just commit to going taller and just trying to get into a 6. Like if you have a 6, trying to set it up. Another Salomon.
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's when you have like that memory to be able to play with, it's much easier to be okay with dropping high level Digimon. Because I've definitely been in positions where I have at least 3 memory, and I'm like, I have nothing in hand, so I just drop a 6 cost, because I'm like, if you're gonna go to 3, I might as well just get something on board. Because like you said, don't want to really lose that Labrador just to be like, oh, okay, yeah, now you can just Blinding Ray if you have them in your hand.
Yep.
And keeping it safe is just a really good kind of like option to have until that WarGreymon possibly comes out.
Okay, so Anduamon comes down to this minus security attack on the Skull Mirror, I would presume, as we go into Gebamon. But basically, Jimmy's just going to go, can I find myself a 6? I'm assuming that hand is pretty big. I would guess there's a 6 there somewhere.
He's hoping there's a 6.
Yeah, it looks like... I mean, you're going to pass then fairly cheaply. Okay, I do see a Lilith at the front of the hand. Lilith is of slightly limited value right now. So yeah, just going to go get the Lady Devi. Guarantee yourself a 6 next turn if you want it. Because there's not much pressure. This is the whole thing about yellow being like kind of hesitant to swing, right? Like, okay, in this case, there's 2 blockers, so it wasn't necessarily the case that they want to swing, but you still have all 5 securities purple, right? And we're deep into game 2, right? Like we are many turns into this game.
Yes.
And you're kind of just chilling out with all your security. Yellow hasn't put you on a clock. Blinding Ray, but no, it's not. I'm thinking of the wrong one. It's not Labra that blocks the memory gains.
Okay.
So we're gonna go Blinding Ray, go down to 3. Now we're looking live, right? Like now this hand is starting to look more interesting. We have options to go into like we War Grey here. We can go War Grey, swing, pop the Skull Mirror, play something from hand on the Angiowomon. We actually I think have game very nearly if we have that. But no, we're gonna go into the Mastermon instead.
So another track.
So yeah, we draw first for the evolution, then the effect happens.
Yeah, so that Labramon is actually, it's an on play, it's you draw and trash one. That's what that Labramon does.
Oh, okay.
I had to look it up because I was like, now I'm curious.
Yeah, it's not one I play. And
so, okay, I've definitely seen like a Mastermon Wargreymon deck list before. I haven't actually seen it in play, so I think it's kind of cool to be able to see it here because that makes the Gatomon make a little bit more sense here, where it's like, oh, okay, like it lets you I think have blocker on it if you have like that purple in play, which is what the Mastermon would be.
Mm-hmm.
So some really interesting choices for that one. Oh,
Metalgar swings in. Does the Angiowomon proc? It does. It gets Bushi.
Oh wow. I have fond memories of that card. Yeah, the rest are able to just check another security in there, take purple down to 1, and
I mean you can't win here because you're at 0, so you just leave all your blockers up, right? Prevent the counter swing. Nice, perfect. Like, sure, that. Give them 6, blow their board up, go for it.
Oh, I loved that. That was really nice. Like that Valdoram is just a very good moment to have it as well. So
and this is what yellow can do, right? Yellow was kind of just chilling, not doing anything, and then it went, but what if I win?
What if Blinding Ray? Like, what if we just start trashing security, get memory, and go ham?
Yeah, and it can be pretty explosive in that sense. And can be kind of a fun little deck to play against in that sense. It can be. I just realized I've had the entire game have the wrong name on the stream overlay. Never mind. And we see the Metalgar swing in. Metalgar's going to try and clear up this board as much as possible. If you can get, it's going to be difficult to do, right? But you still you have 2 Digiburst options here, right? You can Digiburst twice. Get Hell's Gate. Hell's Gate deletes. I like this. So this is actually an interesting thing because it puts you to 0, but you still have another option to do it again, right? You can Digiburst again. In theory, you could Digiburst, play like something like Nailbone, but hard playing blocker. I mean, you know for a fact your opponent can't swing 3 times because they don't have 6 memory. So you're still safe.
Digivolve. Oh,
Bushi. If you had the Bushi in hand and you have a way of playing Angiowomon plus something, then maybe I would have preferred to do that, or like Magnetramon or something to try and rush through.
Try to get it, yeah. Oh wow, this is actually like fascinating just because the Valder to clear and then now it's like, oh okay, well this is the reason why we had this in raising. So that's the minus security. No, it's the recover one.
Mm-hmm.
One day I'll tell the Angiowomon arts apart. That day is not today.
I'm trying to think what the options are for yellow here. I mean, you're still not dead on this turn. So I don't think you do anything.
Blinding Ray?
No.
Because what if you have a Wargreymon?
Yeah, right? So if you have that, you can swing. So yeah, if you have Blinding Ray, War Grey, you go Blinding here, War Grey, swing, effect to restand, and all that stuff. But I don't know if you need to pressure this turn, right? Like they have one security left.
Okay.
And yeah, just play the Lucy, go to 4. Like you're not dead. And you know the whole thing of like those two questions you ask. Am I dead on board? Do I have game? No. Okay. Does my opponent have game? Well, definitely not now, right? And then next turn it comes back around to you, and your answer to do I have game is almost certainly yes. You have enough attackers in play, so I kind of like that.
Yeah, it's actually one of the few times that I've seen Lisa Man be played for, like with the trash as opposed to from an Anjuman. So it was like I went, why are they moving their memory counter? And I went, oh right, because Lucimon actually like gets that -10 cost if you have stuff in trash.
Yeah, I forget that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always like, oh yeah, that's not a free card.
But it's also like sometimes I'm always fascinated by how many Lucimon people will put in their decks, because it's one of those very semi-situational cards, I feel like, where it's like if you have it too early in hand, it just chokes your hand really hard, like really badly. But this is like one of those perfect modes to have it, right? You were able to get like that 2 recovery because you got the Anjuman, and then you were like, oh, thanks for getting rid of my stack from earlier, because now I have enough to play this Lucimon for like the cheapest that it can get besides for free. And now you get a TK, you get a chance to dig into that, and now you get what you want as yellow, which is that 3 memory every single turn.
Yeah. The check order here is really nice as well, because getting the TK now means that Jimmy knows he's basically got 5 memory to play with, right? Not 3. Because he knows that he's going to be putting them to 3. So getting that extra information out on the board is actually super useful. If you can get any of the options, he might be tempted. Yeah, so we're going to go see Necrophobia. Picks up the trash, puts down a Cerberusmon.
Okay.
And looking at the board, though, I see a couple of checks available, and only 1 blocker and 1 security left for Jimmy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So now you can see I bring up the Bushi as well. So that recovery from that last turn was actually just really super helpful, and that's what makes yellow so annoying. It's like, yeah, I'm so close. Just kidding. Here's all the recovery plus 1s that there are available.
Well, yeah, like all the other colors, you know that you have to attack the player 6 times, right, to win. Yellow doesn't do that. Yellow, you don't know how many times you're going to have to attack them, and that's so annoying.
It's at minimum 6.
Yeah, it's 6, probably more like 8. So we're going to see the Magnetramon to drop the next Lucy. It was Nailbone, so Nailbone grabs another blocker back.
Wait, I think they're back at yellow's back at 5 security now, no 4.
4, yeah.
Oh my god!
I always regret. So on the overlay, I have a tracker for how much security someone's at, and I always regret picking yellow games because I have to actually press the button to go up again. Everyone else just counts down.
I have to guess when I'm going to add it or minus this.
Okay, but the thing is here, right? Don't you just swing? Just swing out? Because yeah, you have 3 attacks. Like yes, okay, that they are blockers, but they can still attack. Your opponent gains memory.
You lose 2. Yeah, and you still have the 2 extra memory. What do you? No, wait. Yeah, because you attack with Bushi. Oh. Wouldn't it be Bushi get blocked?
No.
Lose 2
doesn't matter.
Blocked?
I'm actually not super sure why they didn't just swing out there, because you only have to get one of them to attack to connect, right? So you swing blocker, give them 2 memory, it gets blocked. You swing second blocker, they block again, but you're at 0 at that point, and then you swing Bushi, then blocker is the correct order. I think you guaranteed game. Lilithmon gets played now. Gets to pull back a couple of options from the trash. And these, don't forget now, effectively cost 2 less. So at this point, it is effectively fairly cheap removal. Goes into security. And is now going to
also just everything.
Like start getting fairly aggressive, I think. We'll see.
Okay. I just also realized like it just didn't click till now, but the tamer options for like these decks is like
yeah, Jimmy's just looking at it going, there's no way to win. Which the writing was on the wall right there, I think. Very hard for Pebble to come back. That was game 2, right?
Yes. Because game 1 was the Millennium one.
Yeah. Yep. So going into game 3 now. And we've seen both decks win, right? Like we actually don't have super long left on the round. But
has it been that long already?
We have about 20 minutes left. So like it's enough time to get through it, but like that second game was a slog, right? Like it took a while for the decks to get themselves set up, and when they did, they weren't aggressive about it. They were kind of chill.
Yeah, I do think that first Valderum though like came in at that perfect time, because it was just like, now the tables have turned and now you get the board wipe instead of like yellow being board wiped.
Yep. Well, we saw that in game 1, right? Like game 1, if you can clear someone's board in Digimon and they have to spend a turn rebuilding, well, that means that whatever you had stick on your board gets to do some checks, and then you get it's initiative advantage, right? They are playing to set things up, and you can then always play to respond, if that makes sense. Like you're playing from in front. You have a board. They are setting up boards into your board. You can then just pick and choose what to remove. So that can be a very strong thing to happen. And I mean, we saw that in both games so far. The person who successfully cleared board then held it. Be interesting to see who goes first.
This is especially like one of those where, because it feels so the decks feel so counterintuitive to each other, that like the way you attack and delete things also sort of matters, because especially when you know that like that MegaZoo is also in there, because now that you have the potential for 2 sort of like level 3 plays, like, and you know that there's Lucemon's in there as well, right? You have that chance for like extra recovery, and I think it's a matter of now just being like, okay, at what point is it safe to swing into security, or if you're yellow, at what point is it okay to try to check security and then be okay with the stuff that they're going to trash, because that's where it thrives.
Yeah, so we saw the Valmon for Jimmy, Xantha starting with Xanthia, starting with double rookie, so Bushy plus Pulse. That's kind of a neat combo. Passing the turn on 1 keeps purple on the back foot for now. Just on the raise. Nope.
I think it's racing chicken again, right? Where you just want to keep it safe just in case things happen.
Well, purple has a lot of very strong 6s, right? The MegaZoo and the Lilithmon are both super strong options. So keeping the 5 safe for now before you want to hit your 6 can be really good. As we just see Uni passing on low memory, just trying to stop your opponent from really doing too much with their turn. If you want to set up a Metal Gar in security, now would be a great time to do it. Oh, look.
There you go. Wow, it's you in purple for some reason. You're just able to like predict that.
Like there are already so many plays purple can make in these situations, and that is the top of the list. So we see the Salmon. So it looks like yellow might have basically drawn like a Rocky Rushy hand. We've seen so many rookies from them so far, which means that like I have no issue with them just being aggro here, and just trying to rush down. Did they draw for the QP? They should have drawn for the QP. I think they
Yes,
did.
they did. They did before they checked with the Agumon.
Perfect.
I was wondering why. Yeah, I was wondering why they were like drawing for there, but now we've got like another level 4, so this one in raising. I wonder if we'll run into the same problem where it felt like I think the was it this round? Now they're all just blending together where it was like trying to make the jumps, and so we get the Untitled here at least, so passing it back on 1. So I think whoever is able to get that memory tamer up first is going to be able to at least pick up a little bit more momentum. Oh, there we go.
Yep, there it is. There is the memory tamer. And it's like I'll just take that back. Don't mind me. Yeah, no, the mat there gets some value as well, right? Getting something back from trash, because that's one of the things. TK, you're guaranteed value, right? You're always getting a card out of your security, unless you have no security left. But with Matt, you kind of want to wait until there's something in trash to get something out of it. Otherwise, it's just memory. But we've seen the Metal Greymon be played, and now it looks like it's deciding how they want to pass turn. Yep, just TK back. I like this. I like this a lot. Sure, your opponent gets one more memory, but what are they doing with it?
Yeah, this is actually so fascinating because you have like the 2 brother tamer cards, and then you've got almost like mirroring level 6s in some way where they're now able to sort of like get going because they're at that stage where they really thrive. I appreciate the Lucemon pickup because now if you are at least getting stuff deleted or stuff is getting trashed, you are at least able to try to get some recovery on for later. It's still you've got only like 2 cards in trash, but to have it like ready for later on, at least I'm hoping that's what they had it there for. Oh.
Okay, so the Digimon. So the Digimon is. So this puts this War Greymon in a horrible spot, right? If you like, you know that if you come out and swing, you can minus. You have to restand, right? Otherwise the Digimon just pokes into you. I guess you can block, but if you restand, you might get trump sworded.
Oh, this is okay.
So you're gonna add. Okay, so you're gonna affect a restand. Sure. That goes. So if there's a trump sword, goodbye War Grey. It's not. Okay. You almost have to swing again here. As we're just resolving the draw and discard from the Demon Mirror. Like you almost have to swing again here because otherwise they can just bring out War Grey, Trump, and get you that way. Okay. Well, that was the pre-turn, effectively, right? That was just getting the attacks out of the way and clearing up the board a bit. Now, how are we going to spend our memory? We're going to spend it on a blocker. I like that.
Yeah. And I think this is one of those instances where even though that was in raising, you kind of still have the board clear because you have to take 2 turns now in case that Metal Garurumon is deleted somehow because you have to hatch and then raise that next turn. And we're talking about whoever gets sort of that clear first, but purple's like, I can bypass that and just do this instead.
Yeah, they are low on security already though. Only 2 left. Potential game on board. Had to go grab that blocker. Millennium, really clutch here. Passes exactly back to 3 and gets rid of the War Grey.
That's a really nice time for Millennium to show up. I think that's almost like the turn that you want it to be like, yeah, okay, you have all these blockers. I know you're gonna go 3 no matter what, so might as well just get rid of the one thing I'm nervous about because now you can't restand. I think you at 3 security though, so there are some options. If that stack might have been enough to play Lucemon from hand for the 3 cost just to get another recovery. So I think it's now a matter of, okay, how are we going to pass these turns back and forth? Because now with both memory tamers, you're still going to go to 3 no matter what, which really heavily influences how you evolve and how you play from hand.
Yeah, you can be way more aggressive now. Like if you want to jam a 5-drop here, jam a 5-drop, right? You got a ShineGreymon in hand, just throw it down. Cool, they go to 4 memory. Like it's one more than they would have had otherwise. Like you can be a lot more aggressive here now, which is not something that Yellow normally struggles with. But we're gonna see the Blinding Ray. You have the 2 blockers, so you're kind of safe anyhow.
Yeah.
To go into the Angelomon.
Oh.
This is basically saying I'm going to set up for lethal next turn. I think that's what this reads as we're going to find a way of winning next turn. We're going to try and play like a Wargrey, or we can play Angemon or MegaZoo on top.
Nice.
To set up a load of pressure, and there we go. That is passing over. Would have been on 2. Goes to 3 from Matt. So. Okay, going through our checklist. Does purple have game this turn? There's 2 blockers in play. We have 3 attacks, so no. We have no way to cheat out, a way to remove these blockers either. I'm going to swing. Mastilon goes down. Good swing.
That's like 2 high-level security tricks that you had, because it was the Valdaram that was trash, and now you have the Mastilon.
Yeah.
But because you can just delete the Wargrave, the blocker next turn, if anything. So.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for purple. I don't know. Like, you need a second blocker. You need exactly a second blocker here, I think. You also have things like Trump's. There are also things like Trump swords and securities and insecurity and stuff like that, right? Which will get you there. But yeah, this is very much edge of seat stuff, as we are down to the last couple of turns of this game.
Yeah, this is one of those moments. This is one of those moments where like your option cards in security is like the most important thing right now, because if it ends up being like Trump sword, right, or because we saw that happen already once, like today, like in that other purple game, and nope, it's just ShineGreymon. So
yeah, there was no effect of the Angela one. Hell's Gate procs deletes the Wargrave, but you just swing with a blocker, and that will be it. Oh, you don't. It's to hand, so you don't even get rid of the Wargrave. The Wargrave is just chilling. It is rested, and then you just swing with blocker. Yep,
there we go.
And that will be game. So really interesting series between purple and yellow. Lots of back and forth.
I think for me, it shows how important memory tamers are, because the Millenniummon and then going into that Wargreymon like are able to, just because you have that 3 memory and then able to blinding flash, and you're like, I'm not worried about my security because I have ways of like dealing with that later on. But then just being able to be like, I have 2 extra memory to work with now, and let me just turbo all the way up to that Wargrave and just put on that extra pressure for later on. It's nice to see like the back and forth, and then just kind of really, the more memory you have and the more tools you have to work with, especially for yellow, it makes them dangerous decks to play against. And it's always one of those, you should always just, I guess, think twice about how much memory you're really giving yellow, because they just have ways to go rampant with it, and it's almost just like, here, have all the Digimon you want, have all the evolutions, and have like a quarter of your deck in your hand by the time you pass it back to me.
Yeah, there is obviously the downside of the fact that they now have access to Blinding Ray, so like memory choking them is even harder, because they always have 2 from hand if they want it, or it feels like they always have 2 from hand if they want it. So yeah, it is about memory management in these matchups. But this is actually something that comes up when you're building your deck as well. When you're building your deck, I think this is why you would include things like memory tamers. If you look at your costs for like your main cards and you see 3s, you should be playing memory tamer. If you see 4s, actually you might start considering not playing the memory tamer again because you're going to pass turn anyhow. But on 3s, you like if you can go into your war great and keep turn, that's huge. If you can go into your green OTK pieces for 3 and digiburst and swing and keep turn, that's much better
That is
than
crazy.
not being able to do that, right? So it's checking what your memory cost and actually your memory target is. And when you're playing the game, like you said, is always trying to it's hard to do. There's a lot of cards in this game already. But kind of going, okay, what can my opponent do for 3 memory? What can they do for 4 memory? And if that's the difference between, oh, they can go into a level 5 and then into a 6, and they have a 6 that has a good on play, maybe you want to avoid giving them that extra memory, right? And it's about knowing cards. It's about game knowledge at that point, which is where practice becomes so important. But that was a really interesting series. Xanthi did a really good job. Pulled that went off really nicely against Jimmy. So congrats to her as she progresses. I actually don't know any of the records. I don't have access to it, so we're just going to be picking games that we see. But we're going to take a short break now, as we have a couple minutes left on the round before time is called, and we will be back after this nice opera break for round 3. Man, I love opera music. What great music we've been choosing today.
It's fantastic. Yep. It sounds wonderful, and you've got great taste in music.
I mean, I just wanted to bring some culture to the game, you know?
Oh, to Digimon?
Yeah.
Okay. It's
No?
it's cultured enough. It's got its own culture.
Yeah,
Whatever
it's not
makes
quite as
that
highbrow as
name
opera, is it?
fly.
So
Um,
we are here now with round 3, just getting underway. And from a quick check of the deck list, this looks to be a yellow Wargreymon mirror. A
yeah,
matchup that a lot of people
so
will have tested and expect to see because these players are both 2-0, so they've both been off to hot starts, and we will get to see how this plays out for both of them. Both similar looking starts so far.
yeah, this is one of those moments where you went, we haven't seen enough War Greymon yet, and now you still won't after this. There will still be probably more War Greymon somewhere like along the ranks, and you'll see 2 of them here. And I think this is a matter of actually, interestingly enough, this is actually the first War Greymon we've seen out of just the 4 yellow decks we've seen so far, which I actually find fascinating because it's got such a good Digi burst, but at least on the left side, for me at least, is on the left side. The one who just dropped the Pulsemon down, being able to drop the Pulsemon as opposed to having to use it for your Digivolution, which is what had happened in the previous turn. Instead of being, I really like being able to drop Pulsemon versus being forced to use it as an evolution, because that on play effect is just so good in so many different ways.
And we see the early TK for one of the yellow players. This is so nice little point here, and you see that that Aaron is on a winners thing from the UK Discord, and you see a small thing that is good practice is that when your opponent is resolving TK, put your hand down, chill. All right, let them finish their check before making your turn. You don't want to be playing cards whilst they're looking, because that might change the cards they want to take. And we see a very similar looking turn again. We're just going to build up a board here, right? This is actually a really smart move, because something that yellow doesn't deal with as well. Like, yellow deals with tall things really aggressively, like the Wargreymon and like the Wargrowlmon can deal with like bigger things. If you go wide, they can struggle a little bit to get through everything. So setting up to go wide here has some value, but does push the panda. I love that marker. That's adorable. To 3 with the Pulsemon.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at it. They both have Wargroundmon in their raising area, so it's just a matter of who decides they want to raise first, or if you're just holding on and waiting for a potential War Greymon. Oh, that's gonna get confusing. That's a Repamon, actually.
Yeah, and a Lopmon. So I actually like playing the Lopmon here because we know they got the Blinding Ray in hand, right? So basically what they've set up now is they've guaranteed themselves 3 security whenever they want it. Right? We know they have access to Blinding Ray, so they can make everything in their hand live, but also respond to the wide board by kind of going wide back, right?
I find Lopmon an interesting tech. Lopmon is one of those cards I think that I like the ability that it has to be able to like draw, like to take a look and draw and decide if you want to keep it or just want to leave it there. I find that not a lot of people are like using that to play a lot, because it feels like yellow has so many variety in terms of on play cards, or like a chance to dig into your security, right? Like the most important one being TK, allowing you to just pick up the entire hand. But I find that there is some value in Lopmon because it's another way to whittle down your own security if you need to, in a way to manage it based on what's in your hand as well. That's the altar art Wargray, huh?
It's pretty hard.
It's the really pretty one.
But no, so I think that was kind of forced here, because you can't just keep saying, okay, I'll do it in raising and wait for you to respond. Like this is nice because it almost induces a response from Bardockson, right? Like Bardockson here has, can you remove this Wargray? Is the question you now ask them. If you can you remove the Wargray but not let me just remove whatever you did to remove it the turn after, right? Because they still have the Wargrowl in raising. So actually a really nice kind of like, again, pose the question. Get your opponent going, cool. Instead of just passing back and forth and like kind of neither of us doing anything, I'm going to up the stakes now, and we're going to make this a little harder for you to deal with. But I agree. Lopmon's a really nice choice. It's 2 cards in hand for 3 memory, right? It's a card from your security and a draw. That's a lot of cards. As we see, War Growl now gets raised. Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to find a way to answer. Okay, get rid of the pulse.
Okay.
And War Grey back. Does get to swing here as well. Does get to keep... effect to restand, add from hand. Minus 6k goes to the War Grey. Security check goes through now. And it is Anju-1, so it survives. We'll leave it restood just so it doesn't get swung back over on the backswing by the next WarGreymon.
I wish I had noticed which egg it was for the regular art WarGreymon, because this is I think one of those instances where you had said before the eggs really matter in this case, right? Because you're playing that mirror, and now it's the split that I think the 2 of them will have is going to actually probably make a difference for them, because now you're trying to figure out how you're going to handle this, and Lopmon goes in for a check as well. It's going to be a Ture, so Lopmon is going to say goodbye, but at least now you have both of them at 3 security, and that's, I think now what you have in your hand and what's going to happen is really going to drive sort of the momentum in one way or the other. The TK on one side at least helps with that, because you have a little bit more memory to play with.
I'm trying to think now if I like this turn, because you're in the situation now where your opponent can clear your security stack, right? In theory, if you give them 3 memory this turn, you can lose. But okay, we're going to go into the Salamon, give them 2. I still don't like this, because the WarGreymon attack, restand, swing with attack again, swing with War Growl is game. Right? You just raise, swing twice, GG, right? Right?
Oh, yeah. Oh dear. I wonder if they reel it. Ooh.
I think they had...
and they have this Ibushi too, so...
Yeah, now it's almost certainly game. I don't think they're playing anything in
even a Valder, it won't matter, because you have the Bushi for the direct attack, so even if it gets deleted...
Yeah, Burning Ray, and then they get the Recover 1, and then game 2. Yeah, that was a risk playing the... it was the Blinding Ray that I think came back and bit them.
And I think that's sort of the pitfall of the Yellow Mare. Sometimes it's because you're so used to playing a specific way with your deck that if you don't... I don't want to say if you don't if you aren't prepared for the mirror, because I feel like you should be if you're playing yellow, right? So it happens often, but it's one of those, you're also on autopilot at times with what's in your hand. And if you can't see the forest for the trees, then it ends up oh, okay, just on reflex. I want to get more memory. I want to get more value. So I'm just going to,
we actually had this play out the other day, right? When we were doing a test game the other day, we were testing green against yellow, and there was a turn that I think... So it was a test game, so we weren't too strict on time. I think I thought about one turn for about 10 minutes, because it was close to game, and I was like, okay, can I do this in a way that I don't die? Because I need the extra memory, but that means I have to play my Blinding Rays, which means I run out of security. Can I recover enough security again afterwards? And the answer was no. Which then means you go, okay, can I be aggressive? And we saw that with basically what happens with that that one turn is, that the amount of memory security you have left can be really, really risky. And effectively, all that happened by playing that Blinding Ray is you passed the turn on 2 as opposed to on 1. Also, it's 2 on 4. And honestly, I don't think that 2 memory makes much of a difference here, because you're not dealing with the board in a meaningful way. So. It can be really fiddly, getting the sequencing right, getting the recovery right to get there. Actually, that's another thing with this, is because you have so many when attacking effects, you can actually missequence an attack's resolution of War Great add to hand to go to 3, so then you can play the pulse one for both effects, sort of thing, and can be really
Yeah.
fiddly.
It becomes one of those moments where you are being cognizant of what you want to put under your Wargreymon stack, because then you have to go things in order, right? You have like the minus CPU inherits, you've got like Wargreymon, I think gives you like a plus 1,000 to the Digimon that you have on there. So it becomes sort of a game of like, okay, what is the most optimal way to get this Wargreymon stack? And if I can't do that, what are other ways that I can do it to benefit like my late game plays? And it's just, there's so many things that are happening at once with all of those inherits that it just becomes sort of it becomes easier to sort of let things slip by without meaning to.
Yeah, but we haven't seen that so far from both of these players. They've been playing pretty tight. The game was short, but there were no obvious errors, is it? Sort of things. As we get underway with game 2, the turn 1 TK, the dream, basically. Try and set yourself up for basically all the memory that you could ever need. But we do get all the way to an Angelwoman on the other side, which could be pretty scary, and up to the War Grey. Again, just going to go, all right, cool, come at me. I'm going to start dealing with your board.
That is such a. I think that's what you want when your opponent plays like any 4-cost memory tamer, right? It's just like, oh, like it's a straight shot to the top from there, and like getting what turn 2 like Wargreymon is just absolutely fantastic, because you're just like, oh, now I have this, and even if you raise it and you don't swing with it, that's fine, because at least you know that excuse me, that you can like start raising something else in the back to maybe help deal with things later on. But even if you were to like swing up here, you could you have to be careful of that Wargreymon now as well. So it's very interesting to see how things end up playing out.
Yeah, but the Wargreymon on Aaron's side is with an Angelwoman underneath it, so we'll get added benefits. We'll be able to play cards from hand. Just going to go ahead and jam the 6. Again, this is this whole game of chicken that you end up playing with these decks of going, okay, cool, because you can't really bring your Wargreymon out when they have theirs, because you have to use the effect to restand, and otherwise they swing into it and it gets kind of sad. So it's going to be, effect to restand, cool, bit of 4. It's a Spellmon.
And then I wonder if you're like playing yellow too, right? Like you always have to wonder, like, do they have a Valkyrian arm as well to deal with it if you bring it out of raising? Because for me, I know that like sometimes that's what I have to think about is like, oh, will they Valder me this turn? Will they do it next turn? And sometimes it's just like, I just have to risk it for the biscuit and say whatever, I have to attack. We get that stack for the Wargreymon, most importantly with that inherit from the Angelmon on there. So being able to swing here, pick up -6, and then able to play a level 3 cost for free. If it's +1, that's also really great.
We could also see something like
anything.
We could see something like Blinding Ray into second War Grey here to clear, or we could even see a Slash Angemon come down and pick up the clear on this War Greymon, which would actually be a really nice pickup. So that's the Bushi from the Angelwoman Inheritable. Can clear up the stack. Might even push for game here.
Okay.
Actually, has enough attacks. Like has enough attacks, right? Like Bushi and Angelwoman. So so this could just be the series. TK goes off, nothing happens, but that will be the series 2-0 quick. Turns out Wargreymon beats Wargreymon in the face.
I'll see you a Wargreymon and raise you a Wargreymon. Actually, that was like I really appreciated what they did there, because doing that second swing with Wargreymon to put down the Lucemon just in case to get an extra security back is really smart. So you get the Bushi and then you get the Lucemon, right? Like that's in that instance, there is a quote unquote like proper order to play and swing things, because if you had done the recovery first, you would have been able to get that second rookie out. So that was an insanely fast game. I'm not used to yellow playing that fast.
Yeah, well, and this is the difference, right? Like, this is the difference between someone who understands that yellow is not actually a control deck. Yellow is a tempo aggro-y thing that should be fairly quick and aggressive and like jam these attacks early. Like what we saw there was the mistake. The mistake I'm calling it, game two, is you played a TK turn one. When is that ever a mistake? What it is when your opponent goes rookie, one drop, three drop into War Grey, you're on three. I have a War Grey mine ready to go. Over to you. Um, yeah, that was pretty strong.
Yeah, especially because I. I'm trying to figure out how to put this into like a proper sentence, but usually I don't think there's anything wrong dropping like tamers, right? The forecast is like, okay, that's fine. I can give you a lot of rain because we talked about how really early on it's fine because usually you're not able to play anything off of that four memory from the get-go. But I think against yellow, right? And especially if you're playing yellow, you are always cognizant of if they drop an early memory tamer and like they drop that four cost tamer, it gives you so much room to be able to just play around and be like, oh, perfect. That's almost a straight shot to what I need to get to
Yeah,
like,
I
the
mean,
level that I want.
yeah, there is the argument that Aaron did have literally the perfect like line to
Dream
be
hand.
able like to go zero cost, one cost, three cost, three cost. Is like that's perfect, and it was the Angel Woman as well. So like you got the extra value the turn after. So it did feel a little, like you're not always going to get punished in the same way. But
That
that
aggressively, at
definitely,
least.
yeah, like that. But that was definitely a massive punish going into the game. But yeah, yellow versus yellow games don't have to take very long. They can go long if you're playing the recovery packages and playing more control-y, but those two players were just like, no, cool, we want a lunch break. We're not getting a lunch break today. So let's just get this over and done with real quick, and I'm gonna
Lunch.
go eat. So that was pretty great. I get lunch break. I guess it's a like early morning breakfast break for you. Um, so so with that,
Yeah,
we are
how does
gonna
that go?
we'll use this as an opportunity for us as casters to go and get a little break, get a drink, have something to eat if we want to. And we will be back with round four after this lovely bit of reggae music coming up. Imaginary reggae music is up next. So stay tuned. Well,
Okay.
strap in, everyone. This is going to be a long one.
I almost feel bad that everyone missed my reaction to the tiny little cute memory marker because it's just so adorable.
I mean, we're
that
going to
face.
have a lot of time to look at it. We're going to be here
That's
for a
fine.
while. This is going to be one of the slightly less traditional matchups that we're going to see today. We've got MegaZoo versus Red Yellow Security Control. So one person playing big things and the other person playing nothing.
I mean,
is how this works, right? That's how this game is going to go.
they're not more Greymons, which is more than I expected to happen. Like, in all honesty.
Yeah, I have to hope that the button I set up goes to higher than 5, huh? I didn't account for that. So this is going to be an interesting game because, playing security control is fine, but when your opponent can just play big thing back into you and make kind of good use of that memory, it can hurt, right? Like your win condition in a lot of these cases is, your opponent decks out. Well, they're only playing maybe 1-2 cards a turn, so it doesn't seem likely that that's going to happen. And we see the Kaiser nail to get the recovery. Well, guys, right, let's find out if this button works. Are we on 6? Do I go to 6? Oh, it works. I have to slightly long press. It's a slightly weird one. I got a slightly long press as we see.
It's kind of wild, like when you think about it too, because when you go into a meta expecting certain decks and then you get matched up with another sort of like off meta, off color deck, right? Where you're just like, oh, this is not what I was expecting to run into, and now you have to kind of think, how do I play around this?
Yeah, right. And when you're expecting Red Yellow Security Control, the fact that you can just go, yeah, but here's a big thing, deal with it every turn, they can only do that so many times. It feels like a near infinite number of times, admittedly, but yeah, this is just two people just slapping each other with giant things. This is good kite his breath. Nice. That goes back to hand. Cool.
Oh. I mean, it becomes at one point, right? Like your hand will be larger than your deck, and then your security will be larger than the deck you pull from, and it's just, it's so wild to me that like out of all of the decks you could have matched up with, right? You match up with something that isn't something that you're used to, and
I actually kind of think that MegaZoo might be a really good call for today if you're expecting this kind of deck. It's also pretty good if you're expecting a lot of Wargrey because you play a lot of big things in security, right? The Wargrey swings in and dies. So, it's not in a bad spot by any stretch. As we return back down to a sensible number of security for one person, they have 5. The other guy's still at 6, so this is all nonsense. As we saw the TK. But look, this is what, the 3rd bit of removal we've seen now?
Oh, wait, how did that one get? Oh, I was like, I definitely missed something getting.
I think that was Eden's Javelin and a second Eden's Javelin, so draw and pop. Going to 6. Does have board, but also, who's playing for board right now? No one. We're just throwing big things at each other, going, your go. This is like the least subtle form of Digimon I think I've ever seen.
Hey, it's okay, because if it wasn't meant to be played, they wouldn't be giving you a full 10 security to be able to like mess around with on your memory counters. So if it's there, it's there. I think I've seen people play MegaZoo where they're not able to draw their Chaos Mons, which is the rough part, right? At that point where
that man just hard dropped to Lucimon.
Oh my god. I can count on one hand how many times I've seen that happen, and this is number 1.
Yeah. This is like, all right, cool, have 13. What?
I was not expecting this, because if you're playing the red security control, right, you're just thinking like, I was not expecting it to go like this. This is not part of the plan.
Well, also, I'm going to be honest. What we're going to get here is, for those tuning in and expecting like highly analytical commentary, what do you want us to say? Like, this is just 2 things going big thing, Gaia Force, big thing, even Javelin, big thing. Like, there's no subtlety here. There's nothing particularly smart going on. They're just smacking each other in the head.
I think at one point it becomes a matter of who draws too fast, like first, and who decks out, right? And it's just, I mean, hey, if it was a game of like who has security left and you're trying to play it that way, maybe it'll work. Oh yeah, there's another like hard play Lucemon. Oh no, sorry, that's not.
No,
hard play,
that's from the
Magna
Magnarangemon. Because having 7 security, 7 securities.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Okay, that's happened to me before. I've played against a deck like this where they had some security, and I just looked at the board and I was like, I'm not winning this. Just take the game. I don't even want to try and waste our time.
So, fun fact: getting it to go to 7 on this button is really hard.
Have you tried clicking it 7 times?
It's a very specific long click to get it to go up. There we go. Okay, we see Eden Javelin back the other way.
What is that? The third one out of?
No. We've seen both players are playing them. I've lost count who's actually playing how many copies of what. They're just throwing them at each other.
At least they're throwing cards fast at each other. That was something we were talking about, where like it feels like people are taking really long shuffling through the cards. Nope, they're just tossing cards down and they're going extremely fast.
Yeah, we're just throwing haymakers here.
Oh, someone's under 5 security. This is fantastic.
Yeah, someone's under 2.
Oh my gosh. It's Lucemon versus Lucemon. Wow. Look at those flexes with those alternate Lucemons. Must be nice. Don't know what that's like.
And we'll see a Salamon pass to 1, go to 3 from TK. Okay, what is I play security cards got?
Play Lucemon. Do it. Play Lucemon.
I'm just gonna have to put his deck list because I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't prepared.
I was not expecting this.
No, this was not on my menu. They have things like Shakumamon. They have Puppetmons. They have Titamons that they can drop.
They did open up with Titamon. I do remember that.
Yeah, so that we see the crash of the
Lucemons into each other.
Well, I'm going to be honest. This might even be. It's called MegaZoo, but this might actually be closer to like blue-yellow security control with like a little sprinkling in of green. As we just see Salamon charge headfirst into a puppet.
Wait, did they just play another Lucemon from hand?
That
they
might
absolutely
happen.
did.
Yeah.
Okay, no, they absolutely did. This
is madness.
This is apparently Digimon. So
that whole Digivolution mechanic? Nah.
It's out the window. We don't Digivolve in this household. In this household, we play from hand or we don't play at all.
And we play Contorus mons.
Yes.
Everything has 1 security attack. Except for the Patamon, because it was in Raising, it was affected.
And still no Vmon to Digivolve into, at least, which doesn't matter. But
Kakai's Breath gets back to Mistymon to hand.
God. What can you even say about this? Because all you're really doing is just throwing stuff down, swinging, hoping for the best, throwing stuff down, recovering, hoping for the best.
Like there is some, there's arguments that there are some techs that are pretty strong that, and playing some cards in certain combinations is pretty good for you and things like that. But there's not a lot of subtlety happening here. Like I said, this is mostly just I play big thing. Do you kill big thing? Oh, you kill big thing. I play bigger thing. So very much a reactive set of casting as we see the hard drop Magdramon going, setting his opponent to 4. Can clear up some stuff. Can swing in. Probably wants to recover a little bit more this turn, like they do every turn.
Drop another Lucy. Do it.
You really want to swing. So get this 1 security check in. Eden Javelin goes off.
Oof. Oh my god. Just that shuffling of the hand is ridiculous.
Yeah, just like count my hand for several minutes. Effect of the Contorus goes off on deletion, which deletes, which I think is minus 12k DP. I actually don't remember on Cantorus. And that could be big. Minus 11,000, so not quite enough to defeat. So, yeah, another 1,000 minus here would be huge. Ooh, I like this. I like this. Just recover 1. I like it. And then Shakumamon. Here we go. Now, this is a really interesting inclusion because now there's no way for this MegaZoo to swing, and they can only really swing with the rookies that they're playing from security, from raising, right? And the deck doesn't play that many of them, so this could be potential comeback thing of, if the Shakumamon can stick, then we're going to be here for a while. Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh, well, that is... oh, there's the Balder arm. So someone at least got that one off.
Yeah.
Which it's okay because that would have been like a lot easier. Well, I guess still if you're playing the oh my god. Okay, we're just clearing boards left and right. I mean, look at how even those two decks are. Someone's gonna deck out at some point. I
think there's the Lucimon that we knew was there. Delete. Actually, I think the yellow-red security control play is probably shorter in the
on deck
here because they've been drawing for the Cupimons a lot. So this is just MegaZoo. Yep, no, sure, no, fine. Make me press this button some more. I
think it's like so interesting because I feel like these games, despite them just tossing down like hard and heavy cards, will probably go faster than most like games that we'll play against.
Well, yeah, we're skipping out the weenie Pokemon, right? Like we're skipping over these little Digimon, right? We're just gonna skip over like the things I have to play to make my curve work, just smacking each other with the big boys.
We're just gonna cut out the middleman.
Right, as we see
a Volter check.
Another pop.
Pretty hard.
Goes to 0. Is this Volder gonna be able to? The Volder sticking for a couple of turns is likely. Makes me think it's likely this is going to be the attacker that wins the game at this point. Yes, TK pick up 6 cards and go yes.
I choose one of them. I see an option card though, which I think is what they're going to pick up for because
you probably don't. You might leave it in because you might as well leave it in because its security effect is what you want. And here, yeah, right, you reduce your security, but if they're all strong things that your opponent's going to attack into and die, fine.
We still have so much memory to play with. Oh my gosh.
This game is dumb.
They go so fast. I can't even tell what's going. Another hard play, like another Lucemon. This is just.
Yep. Recovering again. Chaos goes into chaos. That's actually huge.
No, it survives because of the
tie. Yeah.
Yeah, so that tie pickup was actually really smart because at least that's why he picked it up probably is because of the potential into the chaos and security, and you don't want to risk that, especially knowing that they have the Shikagumon.
Yeah, so we see the Mistymon come down too. He has got a book for a hand. Well, nope, expected.
Oh, well, there we go.
And
no,
I'm just trying to work out. The thing is here, right? It's almost impossible to say what's going to happen because they're just throwing down whatever they have in their hand, right? Which means that we're not relying on a board state to see what's good. We're just having to go. These are cards that people play. They could play any of them. He has security attack minus. Wait, doesn't he have security attack -2 or something?
From Cantorus-sama?
Yeah, he played the Cantorus, right?
Yeah.
So why was there a security check there?
I
don't understand.
Digivolving. Oh, because it's a when digivolving effect.
Oh, sure. Okay, it's not an on-play. That's me not just. I haven't seen this card since like BT1, and I think I saw it once in BT1.
Because the assumption is you're going to digivolve into this, not just play it from your hand.
Sorry. Can you explain to me this concept of digivolving?
So sometimes you see that tiny little blue card in there. Sometimes you put another card on there to make it up like that.
I see.
To make it digivolve.
Why would I do that when I could just play Big Thing?
That's a great question. It's like the bigger version of Rookie Rush.
And we play
Is
Holy
that
Wave.
Holy Wave?
Yeah.
Oh my god. We were so close to game. I take back what I said about
No,
this
we
game
aren't.
faster
We've
than-
got 33 minutes left on this clock.
Oh my god, already?
Yeah, we are not close to
That's
game.
fast.
We will be here for many a year. Kakaita's breath. Yep. Okay, fine.
Oh my god. They're about to deck out, aren't they?
I think that was it. I think that was what happened
That was
there.
the deck out.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that was dumb.
That was fun. That was great. This should have been the time that we took our lunch breakfast break.
we could just be eating now, and honestly, we didn't add as much value because it's mostly just us going, "What on earth is happening?"
This is lunch and a show, and the show is let's show what pretty cards we have in this deck, and then just go from there.
Yeah, it's honestly, I'm trying to work out what's happening, and I don't know. Is the gist of it? It's just kind of there are so many things that can happen. But what we saw there is actually the Cupidon came back to bite him, right? In basically just slamming back and forth and always being above 5, drawing every turn when the this is why the MegaZoo has a decent matchup here, right?
Mm-hmm.
MegaZoo isn't drawing as many cards, so is kind of happier just swinging and chilling out. So
yeah,
what are the downsides?
And like, if you're a MegaZoo, you're just like, oh yeah, this is fine. I don't care if you like do this because you can just keep drawing until you run out of stuff, and I will never draw as fast as you do, so it's okay.
Yeah,
because all of these cards are meant to either return things to your hand, it's either meant for me to just like keep playing and like not care about how much memory I'm giving you because you won't be able to do much. So then at that point, right, if you know that you're playing against someone who has a ShineGreymon and you also don't want to outdraw yourself because of Cupidon, like I think then the balance is how do I do this so I don't deck out and am unable to draw? Because security recovery is great, but when it hurts you like that, then I think now you have to play it a little bit differently because of the fact that you're playing someone who's just going to keep slamming down just one card per turn and not care.
Yeah, and this is, I think, a really nice call for today. Like, we know Red Yellow Security Control did well last weekend and has done well in previous weekends. It's also just a matchup that a lot of people don't like taking the L to, right? Like, you want to have a way to beat it. And having an option like this is really good. And clear, I assume it must be pretty strong against War Grey for the fact that like, it plays a lot of things that War Grey can't swing into in security. And you just, again, same kind of idea, right? Is if you keep removing their stuff, they gas out. You're almost playing like I said, like yellow-blue security control as opposed to yellow-red, and that might be better right now. As we just see pass, we just saw Hatch pass go. Did we see pass back? We saw pass back.
Yeah.
Wow, that is the least interactive opening set of turns I've ever seen. All right, yeah, sure. Player Lucy. Okay, that was intriguing to start the game off. I've just passed and no. Okay, you go. Huh. This doesn't make any sense. That checks out. Yeah, no, that is the 10 cost into a Voldemort. Yeah, no.
Yeah. That's so wild. And then,
Kakaita's Breath of 1. Love it. This is
this is fascinating gameplay.
Are these people playing the same game that we play?
I want to play what game they're playing. It seems like fun. You just toss things down.
It seems very different, doesn't it?
See, and it's really interesting because the thing about like MegaZoo is there's still chances for you to be really screwed over because if you don't have the opportunity to like Digimon, right? Like against a different deck, it would be a problem. But against this deck, it's just like, oh, I don't care if I can't do that. Like even seeing the puppet is just so funny to me.
He's played that Voldemort twice already. We're on turn 3. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, sure. Do it again. I love it.
We're just gonna press rewind and play is essentially what's happening here.
What is going on?
They're just trading.
They're just Volderarming my Volderarm whilst I Volder my Volder.
Hey, no, one of those was a chaos.
Okay, fine.
One of those is chaos.
He's gone. I pressed the button too soon. He's back up at 6.
You should just leave it there for. We should take guesses to see how long they'll stay at that security number, because that's the real thing. That's the real guessing game here, right?
Oh, I just got the number up and he's down again. I'm gonna just stop pressing these buttons, guys. The button's gonna just stop working.
Ooh, Patamon dies on security. I'm so surprised.
Yeah, that is a cheap bit of removal there.
I never thought I would like. Okay, wait, Eden's Javelin is like what, a 6 cost? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're in trouble now because I can hear that. Yeah. Okay, Eden's Javelin 6 cost card is a cheap cost in this game because of how much memory we're exchanging. Right. I think this is the most times you'll probably ever see that memory bar maxed out consistently. Like we just keep swinging to 10s all the time, and it's just. That's usually a field day. Like that's usually a dream where you like just have a field day. Except in this case, you're just like, well, what do I do now? Right? Like, you died first.
Yep. Well, this is the thing. Both of these decks are playing the Eden's Javelins, the Kakaitis Breath, the Gaia Forces, which is a lot of stuff, right? It's a lot of removal of stuff, and we're just going to keep bouncing this back and forth until someone doesn't get a way to remove something for a turn, which may or may not happen for a while. But note how the yellow player, so the security control player now has taken, they haven't evolved. They could have evolved the Patamon onto the Cupidmon and started swinging. They've not done that. They don't want to draw cards. They've worked out that was what cost them last time. As we see a TK for a Magnetron, nice. And the TK here is cool because it gives you access to everything basically in your deck, right? I think everything is 13 cost or lower. So
it's
Magna to hand.
Oh,
Magna to hand. Magna is not on board. Thank you.
It's like they heard you. That Magna is on board, though.
That Magna is indeed on board. But you can Magna back, and they go to 1.
It's just so funny to me because it's just like, wow. At this point, you're like, it's a weird like mirror, right? And I mean, at least you understand that you don't want to Digimon onto the QP because of like what happened last time. I mean, there might be a point where you're maybe forced to, but nah. Is that the same Valderon from like the first 2 turns?
Yes, it was Kakai's twice.
Yeah. This Valder's just here to party all the time.
But every time it's played, it is drawing another card from deck, right? That is legitimately that was a hard played Chaosmon.
Oh my god!
And it was Gaia Force.
Okay. Oh, and you still have enough memory left to do stuff. This is I wish there was a day that I could just be like, I have nothing to do, but I have enough memory that I can play Chaosmon from my hand. Like, could you imagine?
Imagine being in the turn where you can Chaosmon into Magnetron, and your opponent's not even at 10.
This is so ridiculous. Whatever game they're playing, I would like to play it because it seems like a lot of shuffling and looking through your deck.
I was just looking at the lists, going, I think I have all of these cards. So
let me build mine, and we'll see how we feel about it. Because I think I have most of them. No, I don't. I don't have 4 Lucemons.
I don't have the Magnetronmons. The Magnetmons, Angemons for recovery, but I can get those. But yeah, this is just. Basically, it's a battle of which color tech makes more difference here, right? Like, it's basically the same yellow core, with one playing blue and one playing red as their extra security options. As we see, Digimon get smashed by Magnetron.
Oh, that's another TK.
Third TK.
Are they gonna pick up something yellow? Oh, they are. Okay.
Yep.
Well, there's that at least. Oh wow, it's almost 5 a.m. over here.
Oh,
Or,
this is how you want to spend your Saturday early morning, watching
there's no
two
more
decks
cartoons
just
to watch.
smack them back and forth. I'm
This is my new
hesitantly.
Digimon
I want to point
Saturday
out I'm
morning.
now hovering over the button in case that he doesn't just instantly recover these. No,
It's too
see,
loud around the
no.
Oh.
This is why I didn't press the button. I knew there was a MegaZoo on. I was like, he's
Oh
going to
my
go back to
God.
5.
This is so.
This is
so
ridiculous.
silly.
This is just. Oh, yeah.
I could have gone to get another coffee during this time. Should have done that.
I could have done
Just
a lot of
puppet.
things with my time. Kakita's breath goes
Sorry.
off. Oh,
Ooh,
there he
Melody
goes.
back to
There's
Ooh.
another folder arm in hands.
I mean, it just at this point, like, what do you just? I don't know.
Exactly. No,
This
that is
is not
exactly how
okay.
this game has progressed. If it's just now going, yeah, things are happening. I've stopped trying to pay too much attention because none of it makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, we haven't seen, like, neither one of them has, like, Digivolve 1 because most of the jamming Digimon, I think, were, like, stuck in that security, if not all of them.
Yeah.
And then 2, if you're the yellow player, you're like, last time we did that, it screwed me over, so let's not do that this time.
Yeah. We do now have what looks like security has actually been removed.
Oh, what?
So
But
we're
then
actually
we're
down
gonna
to
go
2 as opposed to 5. But yeah, we saw the win con for the blue yellow was deck out on the yellow red last time, so probably going to see something similar to that. There are a lot of checks coming in now per turn without being able to clear multiple things per turn, and they don't really have a way in their deck to do so. So this might start being more difficult for yellow blue at this point. They could just slam another puppet, to be fair. Admittedly, if they played another puppet here, that's another turn, right? But this looks like it might well be game, depending on the security checks. Vmon again. And Holy Wave, recover 1. Kakita's breath. What? What is happening?
This is so entertaining.
What is going on?
I think I'm more entertained by the fact that, like, this, out of all of the games we could have chosen, we just stumbled upon the one that is so antagonistic, like not antagonistic, but like like the antithesis to what we're expecting from, like, this Digimon game, right? Where we're expecting, like, people like raising and like being very careful about stuff, and so it's just like, we'll drop this card and this card and this card, pick up these ones, we'll recover here, we'll delete those, all of that stuff, right? It's just chaotic in that sense.
Yeah.
And I mean, you still have
Lucy. Okay.
I mean, if you have something that you can just recover here, I guess, and then if it's another, like,
yeah, you can recover here, you can puppet here. You have a few choices. It's what makes this game so hard for us to so sure, recover 1. Holy Wave, recover a second.
And now it's like,
yeah, it's another turn, right? Like, and you know that puppet, you know that you're gonna kill something when it swings in, right? Like when it cool. So the Volder gets rid of Lucy. This next swing, just you take a second to count your 8 security. Yes, as we see a Kentorusmon crash, but there's no crash because of the ties. 9 security, sorry. 9 security.
Are we gonna recover with these? Because if you can recover, like, right, then it's just, oh no, that's it.
Nope, they're gonna go ahead and scoop that up because clearly something went wrong that game. I don't know if it was.
It was all the Cactus breath. It was all the because you just then you just like, oh, I'm just gonna hard play this, and like even if I draw the cards, I can get the Valdorams, clear off your board, and I know that at least you won't have those options anymore. So Valdoram's free to swing.
Yep.
Right, that's it.
Yep. That
We
was
saw
ridiculous.
one rookie evolution that entire time.
Yeah, and we
King free, let's
saw
go.
but we saw the adjustment, right? We saw the adjustment from game 1 from the yellow player, where they weren't hatching and raising the QPs and swinging and drawing cards because they realized that was going to end up decking them out, which is a good adjustment, right? Like in game 1, they probably realized fairly early that they were already ahead on, like, in terms of deck out, which means you might as well commit to staying ahead. Like once you're already at, like, have fewer cards left in deck, you might as well keep going because you're going to lose the deck out first. At least that way you can maybe draw ways to win. And we saw they got pretty close. So they made the good adjustment in game 2, going, well, here we're not ahead in terms of decking out. So let's see if they can continue that game 3. I wonder if we're going to see pass as the opening 2 turns again, because that was not typical.
Well, yeah, but I think a huge part of that is also like there's just so many like high cost cards in there that at that point you're just like, there's no reason to play them quite yet, because I think a lot of like the yellow high cost specifically, when they're not options, are very much like, oh, you have to have this much, or like you need a certain amount of memory, right? And if you don't have it, if you're the first player, you don't have anything else to play, you just can't do it.
Yep. Yeah, if everything costs 11 in your hand, like, you pass turn 1, right? Like, you have no choice. As they hatch, it's Demi V and MegaZoo to start the game on 6 and not on 5.
Did you change it to 5?
Yep.
Did you keep it on 6? Oh,
no,
okay.
I changed it to 5 because I was optimistic.
Well, there's actually an evolution this turn too. So I'm guessing maybe they just didn't have it in hand last time. And now we're back at the 6s and a tie. Okay. I think the tie inclusion is really smart.
The tie inclusion makes a big difference because it means that, like, you trade, like, in this mirror, effectively, you now trade over things, which you didn't before. As we see a Holy Wave to go to 7, because...
Why not? We're going to try to beat 9 security, right? Which is what the big one was last time.
Oh, is that what we're going for a high score, are we? I see.
Yeah. That's what I think. Oh, and guessing that's... But actually, it's just probably a spectator. But I think the interesting thing here, too, is that outside of this matchup, right, the time makes it super important so that your Valdoramas doesn't get deleted against any, like, Chaos Mon or other Valdoramas, and you just get that extra, like, little bit of boost. And it's a low-cost card as well, which is really nice because then you don't no fear of playing it, and you can just drop it super early on at some point, and Salmon gets deleted. You don't have to worry about the QB1 drawing anymore, and now you just play Patamon from hand. Don't have to worry about having to digivolve into that later. But this is just, one of those games.
Yep, and we see the Volda for the clear as well. Pushes them to 5. What are you going to do with 5 memory? You're going to slam a big thing in and say go. That's what you're going to do. I know how these turns work. You go big thing. Maybe you do some recovery, then big thing. I don't know. So many choices. We go Shikuma.
So at least Valdoram can still attack.
Yep. I think you have to kind of Shikuma to kind of force the draws a little bit. I kind of like this, right? Like, this makes your opponent draw cards. In theory, as we saw the chaos, and like you said, good call, that the tie means that it's safe if they crash, and we see Gaia Force.
That's a nice time Gaia Force too, because at least now you can swing with the Patamon afterward. You can keep that Salmon stuck inside the raising, so you don't have to worry about like activating any like Digimon effects too. So at least you can swing, let the Patamon die, swing with the Valder again, and then just not have to worry as much. Because digivolving here is actually detrimental for the most part. And there's Patamon, brave little Patamon.
Yeah, Kaizen out. Someone gets deleted.
Is that another chaos?
It was.
Oh my gosh. That
Those
chaos
ties have
check
been
2
so
chaos.
clutch. Yeah.
Holy crackers.
And we
Okay.
see a Misty, and then we're going to go to 0 for the Misty, and then we can Digivolve on top of it, ideally. I actually really like Mistymon as a card. It was actually really good in 1 against Rocky Rush 2. Though yellow wasn't played too much. We see the MegaZoo come down and start threatening lethal. I mean, I say that
Well,
is actually going to happen. I assume things are going to get deleted / recovery is going to happen this turn. But we will see. The one of the big differences we've seen so far has been the fact that blue returns things to hand. Versus like the removal is to hand versus what was what happened there?
oh, so
Did they swing
they
the
attack.
did they swing into chaos to um get the
Oh, because of
-BP?
Kentariso gets
But
it was the Kentariso-mon, right?
yeah, I'm trying to work out what happened there. As we
Yes,
see the recover
because
of 2.
why did they delete anything then?
I don't know. They could have deleted literally anything on the board, right?
Yeah. Interesting.
This looks like it's going to be difficult to come back from because now you're facing down 2 Voldemorts that aren't going to die to like normal security checks. They might get removed by other things, but
Oh,
that's the
there's
3rd Voldemort Chaos one that they've checked.
that's so fascinating because like it makes a really good argument for tie and like the sort of like spread of tamers that you have, right? Like we're so used to memory tamers being super important, but then even if you have like a card like a tamer that's not the color for your like the main color of your deck, right? It shows how beneficial it could actually be. I'm almost tempted to just be like, hey, maybe I should do that because why not?
But it changes breakpoints, and like since so many things are like designed to be exactly 1,000 DP over the thing they're trying to remove, right? Well, no, it's not, and that makes a big difference. We see a puppet check. We see a Vmon check, and now you can just jam something if you want. You don't really need to. You could just pass here. I wouldn't hate passing.
Did they shovel their hole?
I think that was the blue yellow player scooping,
Yeah,
going
that's
look.
fair.
I don't really have a good way out of this, which makes sense. Like I think you're super behind on that point, down to no security. Even with recovery, there are 3 checks coming in the next turn, so you weren't going to get there. That was madness. What was that? That's just Digimon in a different. That was Digimon in a very different way to how we've seen it played before. And it was a lot of fun. It's hard to cast because it's literally dependent on what they have in hand, and obviously you can't see their hands as you're casting from here, so we have to just react to what's happening. Other games it's a bit easier to work out what's happening because of the board state, but that was just madness, absolute madness.
Yeah. I mean, it was at least a semi-ish quick game. We've got like what 20 minutes? No,
we got about 10 minutes left. About 10 minutes left.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go grab some water then because I need a water break from that.
Oh, in that
from
case,
all that laughing.
Yeah. So in that case, after this, we have some death metal coming up in our break. So we'll be back with you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're here around 5. It's looking like we've got an Imperial Digimon versus a green deck. So finally, some things that you might be a little bit more familiar with. You also missed my freak out over the mat and the sleeves because they are absolutely fantastic. At least for the this blue one, I am so in love with this Royal Knight mat. I'm going to go look for it after all of this, but getting a blocker up and that's sort of easy to buoy mod for up on the board versus what's looking to be sort of like a build up for green, so another blocker, and then just that's the starter Palmon actually, instead of the jamming Palmon that a lot of people have been going kind of crazy over. The starter Palmon gives you plus 2,000 inherit if you're attacking into a Digimon. The only reason I know this off the top of my head is because this is the card that I play on here. But like the two Kabuterimons that you're seeing as well, really nice, easy one cost evolutions that make it so that you're not giving a lot of memories back to blue, which is going to thrive off of that if you're looking to get into an Imperial Digimon mode, which based off of this list right now is what it's kind of looking at. We were actually talking in other groups about how the Imperial Digimon sort of deck is kind of running a little bit more rampant right now because a lot of people are forgetting that jamming exists. It's got a bunch of low cost evolutions and it's kind of really annoying to deal with. So green setting up blockers kind of early on here and then just building up a stack in the corner is really nice because if you can at least try to either suspend stuff or how do I say this? Get it so you can pierce and kill or delete that Imperial Digimon would be really nice. You are on one memory here, sort of no matter what, right? You're flooding the board right now for blue, which is a little rough because you're not seeing some of the cards that you want to see. You've got the Tentomon, which reveals a green, and if you're not seeing a green, that means you're really unlucky because that means you're either seeing a Chaosmon or an option, or probably a Mimi if that's the team you're choosing to run. Which honestly, it's interesting to me if you're not running Mimi. You've got a security check here and a blocker actually coming down as well. So it's going to try to stop that to buoy, so it's going to get deleted. And I think you were kind of expecting that, but you're trying to figure out a way to draw if you're blue, because we see the Gabumon, there was nothing else really from that. There's the XVmon, which that's so rough because you want to use that to unsuspend stuff and you can't right now, but it's fine. You at least draw, you Hammer Spark, go back to 1, and Vmon hard play.
It's a crazy opening, right?
Yeah.
Like this is a much more aggressive matchup. Sorry, I had to frantically type a load of things.
I see Nidhogg.
Yeah, Nidhogg is fine if you can get them to rest, and a lot of greens are going to be pretty cautious about resting. Knowing Nidhogg is an option, especially when you already have a green, right? Like in this case, if you have green just chilling on 4s, it's cheap for them to get there. You know, they could get there and basically spend no memory whatsoever.
I feel kind of bad for the green because that Terriermon is actually one of my favorite cards to put into a green deck, right? You just kind of, if you just hard play it and don't quote unquote waste an egg on it. The nice thing about the Terriermon is that it prevents stuff from hammer sparking. So let's say you were to hard play that, then they can't hammer spark and you don't have to worry about it in security. So you have to trade for German Vmon versus that Tentomon, which I guess you're fine with, right? Is that an attack with a blocker?
I think it might be.
Okay. Oh, no, it's a rest for a Blossom one.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean I have my own thoughts about Digisorption, which I've gone over multiple times with multiple people. But at least it gives you a draw.
Well, it's also, I think in this case, the fact that you can in theory get into your 6 now and pass turn cheaply for 6, right? Like you can go into a 3 cost 6, a 4 cost 6, and give your opponent 2 memory to work with. Is going to make them. Those are the things you're aiming to get with green, because if you can do that, then you're okay, relatively speaking, because they can't really do too much back into you. It's also important to note that because this is your fairly typical looking list for Imperial Digimon, then I mean it's not playing removal, it's not playing reactive cards, right? It's just trying to get you dead pretty quick.
Is this a judge call? I think that we're seeing.
maybe.
Okay, I wonder if it's okay. So if it looks like they're like discussing because like their hands are all rested, but I'm guessing it has something to do with the Blossomon and Digisorption because for some reason, this seems to be like a point of contention for a lot of people where they're trying to figure out how Digisorption is supposed to work because you can. I feel like that's what it's looking to be like.
It could also be due to connection issues.
Oh, that's
Like
true because of the skipping.
like it might be about connection stuff and things like that. I don't know.
So okay, so I know we know like green has Nidhogg and like you have a chance to go into it. The only issue is that blocker is just 1k above the intended target. So if you really wanted to wipe board and like cause some dysfunction there, you'd have to figure out some way to suspend that because if not, then like they still have a blocker and a chance to bring up that XVmon into like what they're hoping for, right? Is that like a Mildramon, which is the annoying thing about a lot of blockers if you're playing green because most of them are at 5 or 6. There's very few that are 7 and above. Like Cherrymon is one of like the few that are like a 7k blocker.
Okay, so apparently they're both lagging real hard. So we're just gonna jump out of this game. Apparently, they've just asked if we jump to a different game, which we'll try and do. I guess we'll just take 103. And just see if they're available for us to cast, and we'll just have to jump in and see what's going on. It's a yellow mirror. I'll just quickly ask them.
Well,
hi guys, can I just jump in real quick and ask if you're okay with us streaming this game? Yeah, you cool with that? Yeah, no, it's fine. You guys are muted. We can't hear you on the stream, so it's all good. Yeah, you cool with that? Thank you very much. Cool. Okay. And we're gonna go back straight into the game, guys. I'm just trying to get it all set up whilst clicking. I'm looking at like 3 different screens, 4 different screens. But we will be jumping into a Yellow WarGreymon game now.
Okay, can I just say something really fast? I love these sleeves. Those
they are great sleeves.
Those Tamer card sleeves. Oh my god. Okay, I've never had a need in my life more than I needed that. But seeing Valdrarm already on the board.
Yeah, so we saw that earlier on in the WarGreymon mirror that we covered, right? That this matchup can be pretty quick, and it looks like we might be jumping into the end of game 1. Could be the end of game 2. I don't even know. This could be a very quick series. So we're just going to jump into this game and make sure that there's no issues. I'll leave the names wrong. I don't, I'm not changing them now. But for this round, we're into a Yellow WarGreymon mirror, pretty deep into the game from the looks of it. Looking at the board states, there's 2 security left for each of them. And it's going to be pretty... Okay, the Valdrarm check. You can swing this last memory down if you want to. It does prevent WarGreymon from restanding. And we're just going to pass on 2. If they can Blinding Ray, then they can win. Blinding Ray, WarGreymon, swing twice, go. Or even Blinding Ray, Digivolve, swing, Bushy from hand.
There's another Bushy from hand. That card's just going to be my most hated card because it was just...
It's so fun, though. Yep. So they go for the 3 from TK, draw. So now they just swing with Magna. Clear that last one of the last security, go double.
Oh, so what if it's double Bushi?
That's the play you got to go for. Even if it isn't, right? You can go like swing, Lucymon, recover, like, and keep your opponent out of range. So now we're going to go like effective Magna. Oh. There's the Lucy, so keeps them out of range. And do we also have an effect of something else to get the next check down? Because that would be sweet. We see
that would be fantastic. But get another Lucymon down. That would be even better.
Yeah. And we can also do stuff like looking at the board. Okay, no. So something to note is there's a Koromon under the stack of the lower.
Oh, the Magnetron?
No, underneath the Volderarm.
Hmm.
Which means that when that Volderarm attacks, it's doing -1000, which means that if you digivolve this Magnetron into a Volderarm,
It'll
right
still
now
lose, yeah.
it still loses the trade. There's also a Wargramon in that stack as well, so it's definitely pushing through.
I've been on that receiving end of that combination before with Wargal and Koromon, and that's the exact reason why they had it. It was for the sort of was for either the Wargreymon sort of guaranteed to knock out, or for like the Valder or the Chaosmon making sure that it survives any checks, which is again like super important because if you're not playing stuff like a tie, apparently, right?
Yep.
Swinging into something like a Chaosmon is definitely a worry that like you'll have, because if you're playing like these decks that have the potential to digivolve into Chaosmon and you're not, it's almost kind of questionable to me, where it's like it gives you just an extra edge of like 1 DP and then 2 extra effects that like make it really difficult for your opponent to come back from.
Yeah. Passing turn on 1, going to 3 with the TK. Okay, right. Same question, right? Can we get the extra checks down? It doesn't look like we're going to. We have the blocker, so we're going to swing Volder first. Here, there's a lot of value in trading off this Magnetron. A lot of value. Then we could do -1000 to something else if we have a way of deleting it. And here we have 2 checks into 1 blocker, so we can remove 1 thing from board here. We still don't lose. And that's pretty important. Is there a way that can we hard play a Lucimon? Can we Magnetron ourselves? Can we? Are we even playing this recovery package? Because not all of the decks in the format are. This is also acceptable. This is also fine. This is net the same thing, right? They have security attack -2, so they aren't hitting you effectively.
Right.
Now there was on 1, he goes to 2, right? It's a 3 drop, but he goes to TK anyway, so it doesn't matter. He goes 1.
This is 0. I see a 1. Oh, okay.
Whatever. They're playing with the memory gauges. It's fine. Because the inclusion of the Angemon here is basically guaranteed no lethal back, because there are 2 checks that are required, and I don't see a way of getting the 2 checks. So, there's some more discussion going on. We'll see what happens.
Okay. We're just using a bunch of discussion games today.
Yeah.
But honestly, when it comes to yellow, like that's a huge part of it, right? Because you have to like really decide like the order of operations that you're going to do things. Is that they
rewound it? I think they just said that the so Volderarm swings over Magnetron. That happens. Then Andrew, I think they were getting the memory right. I think he didn't go to 3 from TK.
He didn't. This one doesn't have TK.
Yeah, I know. This is why I'm confused.
It's because so the previous turn, the one with TK played, and they went to 0. So they were at 0. Then they hard played the Repamon, so they went to
3 anyway. Yeah. So it was
3,
Andrew 1 plus slash to clear up the board. So there's security second -2 on the Lucimon, I believe, right now. So makes a big difference. Because now, again, you're not necessarily threatening lethal back again, but like it shows that the amount of security yellow has left at any given time, and that whole reading the board texture, yellow is the one that cares least about that, because it's the one that is best equipped to either add more things or remove your things.
Okay. So I'm just also now looking at their playmats, and I just realized one's an Angemon and the other's an Angemon one with Kari, and that's actually kind of adorable.
Yeah.
Like the way that like people's like the way that sort of these mats and these like decks are matching up, right? It's just kind of fun because it's so rare for that to happen. I personally really like Slash Angemon in a deck. I will stand by it. I think it's a really good I prefer that as the evolution card over I actually usually go into it over Wargreymon just to help clear boards. But that is that's I think a personal preference based on what I've seen around like places I've been playing Digimon.
Yeah, I don't actually know if that's that controversial an opinion. I think a lot of people think Slash is really good. I think a lot of people seem to think that people think Slash is bad. Slash is not bad. Slash is good.
Wait, where did that come from then? What?
I don't know. I just think it's one of those things. I think people think Slash is. Well,
That's the reason why it's bad.
Yeah, it is only in 8K, so it does die to a lot. As we just saw, it was Pid played last turn, which again, it sets up a kind of a checkmate situation, right? In this situation, you have to recover now as the Volderon player. You have to make sure that your opponent can't get these 3 checks in to win the game. Volderon is going to swing security, I think. You might as well get rid of the security here. Mm-hmm. Yep. And play a uni.
Oh.
But this shouldn't matter. This should still be game, right? Because you raise the pulse.
Yeah.
Swing thrice, and your opponent cries.
Your opponent goes, what happened? It's Slash Animal. Why didn't you survive that?
Yep. So the Churimon. Just working out your order. I like attacking with the Churimon first, force the block first. And then so Churimon, he's blocking, so they crash. Or is he just saying? I mean, he swung with the Churimon and he blocked, right? That's definitely what happened there. Yeah. Oh no, he's saying that actually no. No, he's going to be like, nah, it's cool. We'll do it this way. And yep, no matter what happens here, his hand is 5s basically.
Oh, that was familiar.
Double slash Volder and Chaos Mon and WarGreymon in hand for his opponent. So yeah, this is not an easy game to navigate, right? Like, I don't envy the Yellow Mirror. It's one of the more difficult matchups to play because you're both so capable of either A, being aggressive, or B, not, and like stalling and extending games, that it's finding a very tight balance between these two that ends up mattering. So good game though. Interesting finish to the game.
Yeah, I feel like the mirrors for these are actually always going to be really interesting because there's such space for variation with yellow, because yellow is one of those that has a lot of different choices and options for it that you can just sort of like tailor it to your playstyle, right? Like, and I think both green and yellow sort of benefit from that. Like, having looked at both those decks for this meta, where you just like, there's different ways and options to decide this is how I want to play this deck in particular. I don't think I actually have a bunch of the inheritable Undromons on mine, but that's mostly because I haven't looked for them yet.
Well, yeah, and there's definitely been back and forth on the correct way to play it. I think that must have been the second game from the looks of it, as they finished. But yeah, that I think there's been a lot of back and forth on that. What's the correct or the? I don't want to say correct way because it's not really the right. It's not the right idea.
Yeah, it was a 2-0.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if there's a better way to build WarGreymon, because you can either do things like play the recovery packages of like the Magdramons, the Promopatamon. Some lists aren't even playing Lucimons and things like that. Or you can play 4 Bushi, you can play more War Growl. There's loads of different ways that you can like. The core is the same, but like the exact counts of like some of the 5s and the 3s that you might play will change. And I think we're starting to see that it doesn't really matter outside of like certain things are better for the mirror, some are better for other matchups. But like overall, they're pretty consistently even. But since that game is over, and we still have a bit of time on the round, we could take another little break. And after this, I'm running out of music. I think we've got drum and bass next. Is my next break music. So enjoy that. Everyone get hype. and we will be back in probably about half an hour because we have ages left on the round. So
Oh yeah, that was actually like
don't
even
go
for a second
anywhere,
game,
but we'll be back in a bit. Well,
We're almost there.
we're almost there.
This is a matchup I've been very familiar with because I made you practice it with me so many times, and it looks like yellow versus green, which I'm actually surprised it took us this long to find it, but also unsurprised that it's two undefeateds who are playing those decks right now.
Yeah,
They're
and
so
also conveniently, this was actually the decks that I still had set up from the round before. As in, like, the names were still correct, which was fantastic because it was so much less work for me. So yeah, this is a matchup that is kind of, to me, the one that is like one of the more common matchups that you expect to face in this format, right? If you're playing either of these two decks, you know how to play this matchup. So we should see a high level of play as we see the early Mimi check.
Honestly, that is like the one. I always tell Connor this is like, hey, I don't care where Mimi is as long as she's in security, like preferably the first security check, because getting Mimi early on, it gives you so much power and control once you get a level 5 on board, because you just have so many options available to you to just like start hatching and bringing up more Digimon and getting the chance to just sort of flood your board. And even if you get deleted, you'll at least have something in the back.
Yeah, looking at that, the Digivolve stack there, that makes a lot of sense. Go up straight to the Lila, and gives you options to go into. There's no cheap 6 for you to go into, right? Outside of just Digibursting and going for the like burst. But
Bancho and OTK, I think, or sorry, and Grand Quagga are gonna be the cheapest one because they're both 3 cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're going to see a lot of pressure coming from yellow back anyway, because they're going, cool, you want to OTK me? Well, I'm going to leave you with like basically no security left. The difference, I guess, here is that you can like you can swing into the War Growl if you want. If you're not going to go for the full OTK, or
you also don't have to worry about the blocker because you can burst here with Lila to prevent that.
But if you burst, you can't OTK. But I think he's down to like 3. He's down to 3 security anyway. So it's 3 versus 2, which means you actually don't need the full OTK, right? You only have to get rid of 3 security on the first check.
Oh my goodness.
You can see the Mimi for the suspend and draw. Grand Coaga.
Okay. I
actually don't think you swing here. Well, if you swing here, you swing over the War Growl.
So I think what you could have also done was you could have burst the Lila and given it jamming anyway, suspended the blocker, and then go into the OTK and go for the security check so you don't worry about the block.
Sure, but I think here we're not going to try and go for game, I don't think. I think we're just going to chill, deal with board a bit, and threaten board next turn. I think. I think that's what we're looking at. Because don't forget that next turn we can also just go. Like we have 1 check guaranteed because of the thing. Yeah, I like just swinging here. It makes it harder for them to like. They have to have War Growl, and if you can pass the turn on 1 or 2, which is difficult to do from this hand, from the looks of it. Okay, yeah, we can do it this way, and just forego the extra security attacks.
That's also nice. Yeah.
Yeah, and cool. That's nice because now we get rid of all the security. Plus, have a big thing on board, which is much harder for WarGreymon to deal with. Goes for 3. Goes into MegaZoo. Does he have the swing plus Bushi? Yep, there's Bushi. So down to 1. And can they lightning? Ooh, can they blinding ray for a second Bushi and hard play?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, they can.
Oh my god!
What a combo!
This feels like a very familiar.
Yeah, been there. I've done that one. I patented that one. That's the old double Bushi.
Which honestly is like why you would run it, right? Like Blinding Ray is such a good option card to have for yellow because of the chance to just be like, oh, I have if you give me 3 memory, I just Blinding Ray, play a Bushi for free.
Well, and that was basically the perfect instance for that, right? Against OTK, you kind of get away with these sorts of things because when you have no memory, okay, you can't War Grey to swing twice, all right? But because you have to add the card from hand, but Blinding Ray doesn't read that. If you have no cards left in your security stack, you can still play it. You still gain the memory. which is actually kind of neat against exactly OTK because you'll spend a hell of a lot of time without any cards in your security stack, so it's free memory.
Yeah, I hate and love that that's like the thing there, and I think that's why I don't know how many other people have decided to do this, but like putting in Digimon that have the alters or alters your opponent can't gain memory except for memory tamers, right? Because then you stop stuff like Hammer Spark, you stop things like blinding ray, which is so important in making sure that you're controlling the amount of memory that your opponent can give themselves. And it's also a really good feeling when you swing into security and you see the Hammer Spark and you're like, can't get memory.
Yeah, and it means then that if you make the correct play and you're talking about my opponent has two, we'll go to 2 memory, and this means they can do blah or blah. If you forget to account for Hammer Spark, or unless they have Hammer Spark, right? So having those memory blocking tamers, Digimon can be super valuable for just actually making your play correct and not having to play around some cards in hand, which is normal in TCGs. You're supposed to do that, but doesn't make it any easier. As we just see
Oof.
Lala.
Those are all going to the bottom of the deck. So that on play card is you reveal the top 3, and then you add a Digimon with Digiburst into your hand, if I'm remembering that one correctly.
Weirdly, not a huge issue whiffing there, because other than the Mimi, I guess, but because you still effectively are 3 cards closer to it, right?
True.
So it still works out. But we see the turn 1 TK. So no memory choke available for green, and yellow will have basically full turns of stuff to do coming up.
I'm just actually not used to seeing that specific rookie being played in green, right? Because I feel like Digiburst is so. I guess it's a little bit more common now with the Grand Quagga and the Herc commentary and with all of those shenanigans happening in Nidhogg, but losing, you wipe your board out and you go for the 2 swing, which into security for yellow is an odd choice, I think, because that's where it performs really nicely. Oh, there's the Lilamon, though. At least you're able to pick that up, which is nice. But you won't.
It looks like the hand is basically rookies for green. Right, that's what we've seen so far. Is they've basically played Rookie Rush, which
that's a hidden potential. I'm pretty sure I just saw a hidden potential.
Interesting. And Agumon go into Woodmon past turn. Basically froze the turn there. The rookie couldn't swing with security attack -2.
Which I think is also okay, because so you have for sure you have a level 5, you have the Lilamon, right? You just have to worry about how much memory you're going to be given, and then just kidding, that's a Wargreymon. I totally didn't even see that one up there.
I mean, that's kind of fine though, because again, it clears the board. He's going to rush, play Wargrey again. He's going to swing the second Wargrey and play a Lotmon. Lotmon effect, leaves it there, but but still gains the information, which is really nice. Swing the Bushi, and that was 3 security checks gone in a turn, and Bushi sticks. And blocker for 1. Nice. That's a super strong turn from yellow. Just clearing a load of security, setting up with some form of defensive play, and is off to the races. You could Nidhogg here though.
Yeah, so if you have a Nidhogg, this is the turn you play it because you just wipe that board as well, and I think that's
what we're gonna see. Beautiful Need. Nidhogg just blows up the board
right when you need that. Oh, that's actually one of those few moments where it's just this Nidhogg is here at the perfect time because they chose to swing twice with that Wargreymon, because there's not a lot of fear that you have, right? Because you're thinking if you memory choke them, the chances of them being able to get up into that level 6 are far and few between, because I think for the most part, a lot of people are cutting the rate of digisorption that people are putting into their deck kind of just varies depending from player to player, but having that Blossomon and being able to go to Nidhogg immediately was just very nice.
Yep, we see the on deletion of Salmon kick in. Pretty strong. Extra recovery. Just makes your opponent keep working that little bit harder to get there. But yeah, that getting the board back. Okay, you had to give up a little bit of memory, but you only really gave up like net 1 over what they would have had because they would have gone to 3 from TK regardless. Yeah, cool. Right. Go ahead, jam a single blocker. Like, I don't care. And now we go ahead and set up the next egg. We can kind of get pretty close to get it, or you can get most of the way back up. We're going to get the check in.
Oh, that's gonna suck if that's a chaos mon that they're swinging into, though, and you lose like your high level Digimon again.
I mean, here, okay, he's just going to go ahead and block. That's an interesting call.
Okay.
But it means that you can't Chaos Mon, right? Like, in theory, if you Nidhogg, if you block the Nidhogg, or you don't block the Nidhogg and then they Chaos Mon, same net effect, right? But they get 2 checks. This way, you just force 0 checks.
So, I wonder if, okay, so if you end up playing a hard, if you end up playing a hard play here, and then you could technically go for suspended burst or like just extra checks.
Well, they can blocker if they want, but you suspend it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Just play a Lucamon past turn. You get the recovery. That's fine. So it's the reduced cost, but still not doing anything with the memory, if that makes sense, right? Like, because in theory, there's like you can just go Lilamon, suspend, Nidhogg, kills the Lucamon, and you're kind of not doing anything. You're not getting any closer to winning. I guess the Salmon comes in and checks, but yeah, it's an interesting matchup. The back and forth nature of yellow versus green. I think that Nidhogg really swung it though.
That was like perfect timing on it, and that actually I think could only really be achieved because of the fact that they had the Blossom on. There wasn't much that you could do because he was at 1 memory at that point, and it's just so important to keep an eye on that because green has such high cost evolutions across the board that even with that even like with like Mimi up, it's still kind of difficult for green to kind of get anything going up there. It's interesting that like they didn't take the chance to go after the Lucamon either.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what their play could be here. Of what have they spotted as another option? Can they Chaos Mon? Are they? Because they do die if they don't play blocker now.
Yeah, I feel like you have to chaos if you have in hand, because if not, then it's game next turn.
Yeah, and it also helps you set up full game as well, which is again one of the important things in this. Right, we're not just passing back and forth for fun. We're trying to get this game to end at some point. So helping advance towards that would be a good thing, but it looks like it's just going to be swing the security, and then work out. I think I see a hidden potential in hand, but that's no good now because it is suspended.
Unless you're gonna, I guess you're gonna potentially yourself onto the Lilamon, but that.
Oh no, you can hidden potential the Nidhogg into chaos. That would be kind of sweet.
Oh.
Okay, we're gonna suspend.
Okay, so the needle spray here, which still not completely sold on needle spray versus slaughter cannon.
Second Nidhogg.
Yep. Okay. I can respect
0.
that.
Sure.
Basically, someone's looking to recovery here, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like here, we're just jamming a rookie, right?
Yeah.
Like you gotta jam the rookie because the Salmon's gonna go recovery for 1, and at least we can clear the board.
That was interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay, the Salmon goes.
So
Goes
now
to full
you
security
have to get
again.
some blocker. Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to get some blockers down now if you're green, because if you don't, it's just game. Oh,
Oh, but it looked like there was nothing good in hand.
this is okay. I'm so fascinated by this because I'm so used to bricking with green that I'm just like I understand not having options, but then looking at yellow, which usually has a couple things to be able to do, I feel like I don't usually see yellow brick on rookies at least, or like I just brought it up. Sorry, it did just raise that Salomon from the hatch. So the 4-0 though, the 4 security to like 0 is a little unfortunate, especially you have one.
I mean, it's going to be 4-1 in a second, right? Like, or at least like 2-0 in the second as these two Nidhogg swing in. So it's kind of fine. Okay, the Volderarm check is actually pretty important.
Yeah.
And again, you have a 3 cost.
You want to see.
Okay, we're going to go to Cherrymon to pass turn. Okay.
I really like Cherrymon. Honestly, I'm so glad that like it's such a good level 5 because it's only cost 2 evolution and you don't lose memory when you swing with it, which is wild to me because like every other blocker almost does. It's nice to have there.
Yeah, but
and it's got high DP too.
This yellow hand must be really awkward. Even though it's quite big, right? Like they're not putting any pressure on. We've got a blocker to deal with whatever they swing here. I mean, next turn it doesn't matter, I guess, because if you go War Grey, swing once, it gets blocked, swing twice, right? Like that Angelwoman just chilling in security is kind of scary, but okay, there goes the pulse.
The tempo of like this particular color matchup is so different than what I'm used to when I see green versus yellow, and I think part of that is that the hand for yellow feels like it's in an awkward spot where it can't really play anything without giving too much memory over to green, and I think that's where we're kind of at. Because I feel like if you had at least a couple low cost things to play, you would put it down to give yourself some leeway.
I'm trying to work this out. I think they have to draw a second blocker here to not die to Wargreymon. We did just check a Wargreymon though, so I guess we're not expecting too much. But we could die to second Wargrey here.
Well. Oh yeah. Well, actually, yeah, no, that's right. Because even if you block with Cherry, it'll.
Yeah, you need the second blocker.
Yeah.
And I think that's what those points are.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, because there was a commentary underneath, so that's one of your blockers. It was one in security for sure, so that's 2, and then a Cherrymon. I know we saw one earlier as well, so that's 3 out of 4 potential.
Yeah.
That's a tough ask. And I don't think you run more than 1 or 2 Cherry.
You gotta go into your one.
You have to hard play.
Yeah. No, this is fine. That's not the blocker one. If they have the blocker one, they should hard play.
I thought they did. Yeah, you have to. That has to be the blocker. Okay?
You have to assume they have Wargrey, right? And if they have Wargrey, then this means that you can't lose. Oh, it's 10-1. Okay, so if they have Wargrey, then you do lose here. Yeah, there it is. Swing. Victory stand.
Yeah, even
there was actually no. I tell you what they could have done. They should have just swung with the Cherrymon at security, because then the Wargreymon can't restand.
Oh, because it.
Right? They should have swung. If they swung into security there, then the Wargreymon couldn't restand, which means that like they could recover that turn, sure, but the recover wouldn't have mattered so much, right?
Did they have
still had like multiple
attacks?
Huh?
Do they have the Anjuman stack on that one?
They do,
Oh, they do. Okay. But it
which
doesn't
they
look
double
like there's a
pulse.
Bushi. Yeah.
So, like I don't think they had recovery options. So I think if you got rid of the
Security.
last security, I think you win, or at least you make it a lot harder, right? Like they can't
Do they have
restand it.
Bushi? Oh, yeah. There's no Bushi in there either.
So, yeah, I think that might be what the conversation was like.
Hmm. The
Uh,
way out of that one. I think you're right. Like you had to, if you had swung with a cherry, you don't have to worry about losing the memory, but you prevent War Greymon from restand.
yeah,
That's honestly though, that's a tough interaction to remember that like you need the security stack for War Greymons to activate.
sure,
Because
sure.
I guarantee I will forget that
And
at some point
and that's a
again.
weird situation because you're thinking, oh well, I'll block the attack, right? Because the thing is oh no, actually no, it doesn't matter because you have to hard play a blocker no matter what that way, right? Because if you swing with Cherry, you suspend your blocker, which means they can just swing with Angelwoman for the game. They don't have to go into the
Mm.
War Grey. So you had to play second blocker no matter what. But I actually like the line where you swing with second block, you swing with the first blocker, hard play the second more than having two blockers stood.
Yeah.
Because it kind of does the same thing as clearly we jumped into game
Oh.
2. How quick is the first game? Because we were like seconds getting that matchup sorted. That was quick.
Oh, I have a feeling that it was probably a very much a you probably didn't have much choice but to hard play something for green, and then you just got the War Grey like immediately.
Yeah.
That's generally if you're going a 2-0 that fast, that's generally what I feel like happens with yellow versus green is that your yellow is able to capitalize off of green usually for game.
Yeah. So I'm
Am I
assuming
speaking
that's
from
what would
experience?
happen. Yeah, I mean that happened a lot in our testing games.
Yeah, which is why I had to change my list because not seeing a rookie for 4 turns is
Yeah.
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 Oh,
No, but
not
that was a
fun.
really interesting game. And we are basically going to be into the final couple of rounds here because that was an undefeated on 103 on table 3. I think table 1 and table 2 table 1 and table 2 are also logically also undefeated. I don't know about table 4, so 104 I haven't checked because I couldn't find it in the list. But table 104 I
104
don't.
is not undefeated.
Okay, so at that round we were down to 6 undefeateds. So after this we are down to 3, which guarantees us if there's a draw this round, if any of these two tables 1 or 2 draw, the next round will be the final round. Otherwise, we will have at least 2 more rounds guaranteed. We'll be playing 8 rounds today. And I'll be curious to see how quick these other games are going. There's a lot of people watching the games currently on their tables. So, guys, don't go anywhere and enjoy our lovely country music break coming up next. This was Regina's suggestion, so don't blame me.
Yep. Love me some country.
So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with round 7. When I hit the click, remember to set up the break. We'll be back with round 7. Well, it's final round time.
We did it. We made it. And I'm super excited for this green deck because, as kind of pointed out, it's very similar to the list that I play. And we're seeing a Lolomon into a Vegemon. Vegemon being a fantastic level 4 to have because you just get that one cost evolution. And it doesn't get Nidhogged if you're like playing the green mirror. There are some, hopefully we get to see some of like the text that I really love for this green deck. There are some interesting things I like to encourage people to get the green starter deck because of it. There's some things that make people go, what the heck, when you manage to pull it off, and it's really fun. And this is actually, to no one's surprise, a green versus yellow deck.
Yeah, I mean, this is the format in a nutshell, at least in terms of like popularity. No, maybe not so much in power level, but clearly today this is not the case. And I'm actually super excited that this is the matchup we're going to see because the Mega Cafeteria one, I remember me and you discussing when we were discussing green initially when you were talking about your list, and like. It's a thing that I think a lot of people have slept on. I think it's a super neat interaction that can be really strong and has a lot of potential to like put more pressure on more consistently. You're not as fragile as the OTK. It gives you space for things like the Nidhogs and things like that. Meanwhile, Mask Parade gets up to the War Growl on his opening turn as well, as you see a Mimi back. He's playing what I'm going to call a pretty standard-looking War Greymon list with the Magdramon and Patamon recovery package.
Ooh. Okay. So that because that Blossomon is on there at that level 5, it's not going to be the Mega Commentary stack, but getting 4 memory, 4 green, even past like that Mimi, you at least have the chance to raise if you really want to.
Yeah.
I know you have that fear of the War Greymon, but if you could at least suspend and start building up another stack to try. Oh,
no, I like this too.
Try to get that. Oh, very nice, very nice.
I mean, we can go all the way up to a 5, right? I think I see another Blossom, so you can just
go for 0 on there, yeah.
Go for 0, go up, and then just basically go, cool, I have 2 5s, deal with it. I think that makes a lot of sense if like you want to go second stack here.
But you'd have to be careful because of the War Growl as well, right? If you Digivolve suspended there and then you leave yourself open to attack. Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure. Well, this is also a nice play because it kind of, I don't want to say bait, but it is a bait, right? It's very clearly going, here is a thing that you can freely Digiburst. And oh, look, they went ahead and did it. We're going to clear the board with the War Grey. But now we're going to, affect restands. And this will be a big couple of checks. It also means that this Unimon here is serving to protect the War Grey, right? That's actually another thing that you get out of these blockers is you prevent things from swinging over. So if you want to swing with your War Grey again, really try and rush them down. So we go into Pulsemon.
Very nice. The Unimon, so the hard play from the previous turn actually is going to serve, like you said, to benefit that Wargamon from being attacked. Trying to figure out when to bring up like the Blossomon stack here, and now you see that Mimi being rested, so you can hatch and Digivolve and start digging again, making a second stack just in case. Terriermon, I always struggle wanting to Digivolve it because it's one of those Digimon that I just want a hard play because of the fact that like it'll stop things from really having like the okay, never mind. I don't even care anymore. That was great, Nidhogg.
Yep.
Love to see it. And you get a rookie back, which honestly, if you're playing a Digiburst and you're not playing the rookie that is associated with this Digiburst set, I find it very interesting because guaranteeing a rookie into your hand every single time you Digiburst is so good. Like,
well, especially the combo with Mimi, right? Because Nidhogg is now just going to sit here for a turn, probably, and then means that you can hatch another egg next turn and play the egg again, right? Like it's literally free at this point. But that Nidhogg, really nice, deals with the War Greymon nice and early. And we're going to see another Pulsemon to just set up and draw another card. Nidhogg is like. This is why. So this list is playing a higher count of Nidhogg than you might expect. A lot of lists are cutting down, but this list is playing 3 copies because it lets you deal with these scary-looking boards in combination with things like Needle Spray. So that was a really neat turn.
Yep. There's the Lolomon from before. So
yeah.
I actually really like, so that's a Minomon egg as well. So I think it's Minomon, and then they have, what is the
Worm.
other egg?
Is it worm? No, it's not worm.
No, it's a Budmon. So it's Mino and Bud. So they're doing an opposite split of what I'm doing. So they're doing 4 Mino, 1 Bud. I do the opposite way. But that's because there's a lot of things I have that have Digiverse that I like to give that extra to. But yeah, Nidhogg like free to swing there, and now you have blocker up here with like commentary. You get the 1 cost evolution as well. And if you don't manage to pull out a 5 that you want, you can at least just keep the blocker there and maybe try to build a stack on that Lalamon. Oh nope, straight into chaos. Get that piercing as well. You get rid of the blocker. Smart, so you don't have to worry about it being protected later, and you check another security.
Yeah, I don't dislike the turn, but I do have questions. You know, now they
leaving pulse on as well.
Well, yeah, well that's not so much. That's actually not the issue I have here. They can go War Grey here, keep turn, right? They can go War Grey, swing, effective Angelman procs, delete the blocker on the restand.
Oh,
and then you can like Bushi swing again, pulse 1 for game. So feels like you wanted to find a like I don't know if they had a way of passing turn on low enough memory there to prevent this situation, but this is, you know, from my perspective, a little hairy. You know, like entirely possible that yellow can just burst you down here. They've got a lot of cards in hand. I see a lot of rookies from what I just saw. So like, yeah, that ain't gonna do it.
Green's hand definitely was a little shaky because I think I'm pretty sure I saw another Chaosmon in there, and that's kind of rough. Ooh, that is a lot.
That's a lot of putting green to 10 when they can do so much off basically no memory is scary.
And you have the Mimi in there. If you can play another Mimi on this turn as well, that would actually kind of be phenomenal for green. But it's feeling like, okay, so we have the next egg hatch. Awesome. Okay, so that's starter Palmon. I feel so validated. I feel so validated with starter Palmon here.
Okay, let's look at options for green. So we already know this Chaosmon can swing freely, right? So we have 3 checks if we want it. We can want to try and find a way of getting a 4th check out of this. The best way to do that with this version of the deck would be to go into like a Mega Kabuterimon, then Digivolve something onto it, right? The trash one. And we have more than enough memory, right? We go any of our 5s here. There we go. There's the Mega Kabuterimon. So any of our 6s here is insane.
Yeah.
Like
actually, well, okay. It has to be something that you have to suspend it because Mega Kabuterimon won't go off unless you defeat the Digimon in battle. So you
sure. So what we're looking at going like? Can we go?
There's a Hurt right there.
Yes, he has the Hurt. He can also go Lilamon on top of the blocker if he wants to.
Oh, there you go. I was saying you can hit a potential. Just so you don't have to worry about anything that might give there's no reason to for memory. So then you burst here, you burst the bottom 2, and then you swing. Oh, yeah.
No, that's fine too.
You burst the bottom 2. Yeah.
This is effectively the same here. We get the piercing.
This is my favorite thing about this. Okay, I love the fact that these 2 come in the starter deck, right? Mega Kabuterimon is like you trash and then you pierce. So you trash the top card, it just goes straight to your discard, and then the check goes through.
Yep.
And it's so nice. Like
Chaos will swing.
And there's the blocker swing.
Crashes the Chaos. Who cares? Blocker swings for game.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm so glad we got to see that because that's one of my favorite interactions ever. And being when people were super hyped about OTK, it was like, okay, there's all this stuff to still worry about. And then I had that tournament where I couldn't play the Grand Kuwagamon. So I was kind of forced to look at other options. And then finding Mega Kabuteri and Hercules Kabuterimon was like, oh, these are so good together.
Well, yeah, I think that's what made us I actually really like this list. So I actually have this list up on Digimon Card Dev right now, right? Just to have a look at it. And the total cost according to Digimon Card Dev is $118.
That's so cheap.
That's so cheap for one of these decks compared to like a yellow where you're spending that much for just probably your Lucimons. Realistically, right? Like, and TK is going up in value and stuff like that. So like, this is a super cheap version deck because I think that was more or less why we started discussing non-OTK options in the first place, because you said there was a no promo.
Jamming Palmons for me.
Yeah, like there was a no promo tournament you went to, right? And this is basically you take the starter deck, you add in some Nidhogg's and some Lilamons, and you're done.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah.
This is a cheap way of building green, and it's clearly quite powerful.
It's honestly just so you need 2 copies of the green, obviously, unless you're looking for singles. If you only have 1 green, I think the most expensive thing on the list will be the Nidhogg's and the Lilamons at this point. It's honestly, if you have green staples from previous sets, like,
you're done, basically.
That's it. Like, you want the blockers, you want the cheap 4s, you want to be able to build up there. Like, this is actually one of the few times that I'm like, yeah, okay, I can understand why you're like having a couple Blossomons, because you have like the 3 Nidhogg's just to clear board. And you get the 2 Needle Spray from the starter deck as well. Like, you have extra if you buy 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's just such green starter deck on its own is just such a good introduction in this particular meta.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean,
I love it.
But out of curiosity, it's like nearly $515 for the yellow. I just
Oof.
that's
because of Luce, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there's only one.
Oh, and the Pulse.
Yeah, it's the
Pulse
ones, and weirdly the TKs, I think.
Yeah, TK went up in value recently, so
but
it's
not a good turn 1. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, it's fantastic if you're playing green, because that is such a juicy stack. Please give me this left later today in my local, because I'm playing big. That's it. That's all you want to see. That's it. That's all you want.
That was
right?
gross.
Like that was gross if you're the yellow player. If you're me and I'm like, obviously a green player, I'm just like,
just gonna swing it in. Here you swing it in, because weirdly swinging it in,
you're gonna die.
You're happier. Right? Because they only get to check 1 thing as opposed to trash 1, get 1.
I
have 5s and nothing else going on, huh?
Oh man. Fortunately, Mega Commentary only procs once per turn.
But what if you rest the one that's already if we had Chaosmon there, don't you rest 1 Mega Capitariumon and then Chaosmon the second one down to get 3 checks anyway? Okay, there is Volron big.
Oof. So see, I think that's the only thing that you run the risk of. If it had been the opposite way, where it was like that was the trash first before the check, that would have been absolutely fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And it would just definitely happened before, where I trash Chaosmon.
I'm looking at the green hand there. It looks awkward. It's like a ton of rookies and a load of 5s.
And no 4s. Yeah, there's no 4s in there. Which, let me see how many 4s they're running.
Which is pretty rough, but we're gonna go Blinding Ray here. We're gonna need the extra memory. We can be fine here. If we War Grey, we're still okay, right? We War Grey swing, pop one of the rookies, and then we can go like MegaZoo if we need to recover some more, get out of range.
This is surprising. They're actually running a lot of 4s too. If you're looking at that list, that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So to not see one after that first veggie is kind of surprising. Right.
Okay, Wargreymon dies on the check. Bushi, Agumon going to go probably. Okay. You cash in the Bushi, right? Like there is literally no reason not to, or unless we're going to Digivolve onto it. There we go. And we'll play the Pulse for 2.
So here, if you have, you're at 3, right? If you have 2 level 4s, if you manage to draw 2 level 4s in the next turn, and you get both veggies, you'll be in an okay spot.
I mean, don't you win if you needle spray here?
That too.
Like you just win.
If you needle spray,
block, swing. Yeah.
Is that no? Okay, I was like, is that no rookie? Because that would be rough. You need at least 1 4. If you can get a 4, that does not look like a 4 in hand.
It's Triple Blossom, Mega Capitariumon, Nidhogg.
Yikes.
To the point where I almost think playing the Tenta there might have been better.
Oh.
I mean, do you just jam something to make them need another blocker?
Okay. Sweet.
We still get the check-in.
If that
sure.
survives. All right, no, it doesn't survive, but yeah.
Okay, so now we just jam a thing, right? We just jam a thing. We got the thing in raising.
Put the thing in. Put the Mega Commentary down. That's the cheapest. Is that the cheapest one?
It doesn't really.
Mega Commentary cheaper.
It is, but you almost want to save that just in case they start to recover a load now. Yep. They were on 3, right? Yeah. Okay, so we go to 7. And this is going to be a difficult game to get finished if you're green. There are 2 blockers and a lot of stuff.
Did they pull? They didn't pull a 4. That was a probably one that they pulled, I think. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, because if you were able to get the 4 here, right, then you can go into either Blossomon and like rest something, and then maybe go Mega Kabuterimon, or like go to Mega Kabuterimon and try to get her because you.
But it is important to note that Yellow didn't actually have a rookie. By having no rookie, like if they had a rookie in raising, you'd be much more scared. Wait, what? What?
he evolved.
What? I think the guy just did the effect. He did the effect. He assumed Digiburst was happening when Digiburst. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Let's not be hasty. Let's not go throw away our board.
But actually, you're still going to have to delete one of those.
You can block it if you want.
Letting it through and hope for chaos. Ooh.
Blending Ray, that's actually a decent check. You know, it's basically safe. And now, again, we just jam something else, right? Like, we just go... Okay, Chaos.
Oh.
Chaos is great. Get rid of that Magnet.
That's fantastic.
Magnet last security check is pretty good.
Very nice.
Okay, sure. No, Blocker makes more sense here. Because the Magnemon's fine, right? Outside of them playing Lucemon off of it.
Because,
Chaos back. Deletes Tentamon, right?
No, you did the Chaos. Because it's got the Pierce.
I mean, the Pierce doesn't matter because you can block it.
If you have a 4...
No, again, I don't think they're drawing particularly hot here. I think their security looks to be a lot of their 4s from the checks.
Oh, yikes.
Well, there's a Veggie.
No, that's a Veggie.
Okay, Vegemon comes down. We attempt to swing. No. I like this.
Resting for block. Are they swinging?
No, that was swing because it forces the block, right? So now you only have to worry about the Voldemort.
There we go.
And now you've dealt with 2 blockers. Like you've got 3 attacks next turn.
Yeah, that's it.
I wouldn't say that's it. I wouldn't even be close to saying that's it yet. We like there goes one of the attacks.
Oh no, he still has to recover. Yeah, then you have the recoveries.
Yep. Plays the hard play. And it looks like it's just going to be swing for game. Yep.
Wow, not a single rookie for Yellow, and very very hard draws.
Yeah,
for those.
Green.
That's rough for both of them. That's a Mega Commentary. Oh no, that's a regular Commentary. Oh, they probably just drew it a couple turns ago.
No, but I think that looks to be it for this series and for the tournament.
Yeah, that was
it's Sabbath 91 taking it down with. I wrote down green OTK, but it was definitely not an OTK. It's more the control Nidhogg version. One of the cheapest decks I think on the decks I've seen is one of the cheapest decks I've seen today. So like keeps the low barrier to entry, but very much a impressive victory for Sabbath.
Yeah. I feel validated. Having played this deck for like a month, I feel validated.
Yeah. Commiserations to Masquerade. Played really well in the early rounds we saw them. But sometimes this is the way of Digimon. The deck might not really do what you want it to do when you want it to do it. And I think that's what we saw there. But really interesting results. Seeing Green take, I think, one of the first major wins Green has taken in this format. Off the top of my head, anyway. So congratulations to Sabbath again, and thank you everyone for tuning in. We have been live on the Lone Collector YouTube. I hope you have enjoyed our commentary and enjoyed the action. It's been an interesting game. Regina, anything you want to say before we go?
Don't write off starter decks because sometimes they have some fantastic cards in there, and they're what helps bring new people in. If they can pick up a starter deck and feel like they can play the game, it's great. And thank you to Green for proving that today. And please give me your energy for my local today because I want to be like, yes, this is a good deck.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah, well, exactly. Like the people complain about hard to get cards and not being able to pre-order things. Turns out you don't need to. You need to buy like 2 green starter decks and a couple of singles, and you go and win a tournament. It's fine. So really cool deck, and that was extremely interesting gameplay to finish us off. But thank you very much, guys, for tuning in. If you enjoyed the stream, hit like, give a Lone Collector a follow on subscribe on YouTube. And we will speak to you and see you, maybe, if there are future tournaments that we're allowed to cast. Who knows if we're allowed ever again. See you soon.